That already works. And it already, like, those experts are already better than people are at a lot of those things. Right now, we still have the situation where, you know, if you have your X-ray and your X-ray shows some anomaly and the computer says, well, we think this might be cancer or something, you still have to give it to a human doctor to double check it. But that's going next. The VC funding right now is going into agents. It's going into agency, where you can replace people for the decision making with the bots. We're already there. That's what we're building right now. And actually, just put a pin in that point about agency, because we're going to come back to that in a minute. And coming next, we have AI co-workers. That's not that far away. And coming soon, we have AI bosses. And I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. It can't come soon enough as far. I'm bored working for people, you know, and then always that night. I'm going to look forward to working for robots instead. Aren't you more excited about that? No, well, you're the boss. So, of course, you're not excited about that. But I think, actually, people here excluded, I think, you know, there's a lot of bosses that could be replaced by chatbots, to be completely honest. I mean, like, I know we don't want to be mean to them about this sort of thing, but in some cases, you know, you think about chatbots replacing call center workers, but actually it might be more effective higher up the chain. That's all I'm saying. We don't talk about that today. Here's a benchmark. So if you think I'm exaggerating how far this is coming, I just want to give you a little benchmark. So this is my benchmark. When you go to one of those websites that says prove you're a human, right? By, you know, you have to like spot. I mean, I hate these things. Like, I'm trying to log in quickly to get something done, but I'm logging in from the hotel, not from my home. So somewhere in the system it says, oh, this could be a fraud. So I need to know that it's Dave, and I need to know it's a human being doing this and not a bot. So this is me at 5 o'clock in the morning in a hotel somewhere, and I'm looking, wait, is that a motorbike? Or, I don't know, is that a moped? What's the difference? How can I, or I'm trying to figure out, is that some stairs or is it a ladder? Like, this is the sophistication of these. You know what? The robots are already better at those than we are. On average, they can solve those 4 seconds quicker than people can. So if you're using one of those systems you're trying to keep the robots out, I have to tell you, the robots are already inside your perimeter. The robots are already smarter than that. If that's the level of sophistication that you're applying, you already lost. The robots can already beat us at that. So, and the speed with which that's changing is astonishing. You see it every week. Now, in financial services, it's particularly important. The reason is that these are heavily regulated businesses. And that means they're expensive infrastructure. If it turns out that we can use AI to provide some of those infrastructural services to that same degree of regulation, we can make significant cost reductions. I'm not talking a few percent. What's the average spend on compliance in a fintech? Was it 50%, 60%, 70%? Like, resources that should be going into creating amazing new products and services are going into filling out AML forms and doing KYC checks and trying to do back. That's just the sort of stuff that bots should be able to do instead and free up people to do the more creative work. So it's really important in financial services that we get that right. You can't just get ChatGPT and tell it to talk to customers, right? Because, first of all, because ChatGPT makes things up. It's a bullshit. You've always read about this sort of stuff. ChatGPT, they call it hallucinations. That's the polite word for it. But I call it bullshit. So because of the way those models work, they just make things up. Now, that's okay if you're a management consultant. It's not okay if you're a bank. You can't just make things up. You'll end up getting fined by the regulators. You can't. So you have to use it in the right way. You have to have a strategy for bringing it on board. And I think some of those strategies are well known. We don't spend too much time on them. But here's the thing. You're thinking, oh, Dave, you know, I've heard all this before. I know that AI is going to be important. We have a department somewhere that's doing a study on it right now. I'm not too worried about it. We'll buy some AI downstream somewhere. you're really wrong. Whatever you think about the extent of the disruption, you're wrong. You're not thinking enough. This is how people in banks think. This is John Kreiner, who used to be the boss of Deutsche Bank. And he said rather famously, he said, right now, I employ people to behave like robots, but in the future, I'm going to employ robots to behave like people. And that's like the banking vision of, like, oh, we get AI, and then we can have a few less people in the call center. We can make some slightly better credit decisions. We can have some more targeted marketing to people. Really? That's your vision of an AI-powered financial service? This is the most disruptive technology in our lifetime. And you think it's going to disrupt the industry by making slightly better credit decisions? That's deluded. That's bank thinking. That's not real thinking. The reason this is going to disrupt everything isn't because banks get AI, it's because customers get AI. There is nothing you can do to stop customers from getting AI, because Apple and Facebook and Google and everybody else is giving them AI. You're living in an environment where customers are suddenly going to be 100 times smarter, literally overnight. Business models that, I'll give you an example. I don't know the figures for Uganda, obviously, but for European banks, probably about 2/3 of net income is net interest income. And if you think probably half of that net interest income is what we call inertial, it's because people don't move the money around to the best places. And of course you wouldn't, because you're normal people. So even in a world of fintech front ends and open banking and instant payments to move the money, you don't do it. You could go home right now and log into your savings accounts, and I'm sure you could find out, oh, I'm getting 2.1% here, but if I open a Standard Charter every Wednesday save with your grandmother account, I could get 2.3% or whatever. Like, I'm sure that's true for all of you in this room, but you won't do it because you're a normal person. You've got better things to do. Bots don't have better things to do. Bots can do that all day long. There's an immediate threat to retail bank profit pools simply from the inertial. My bot would have nothing better to do than sit around all day looking at every bank account, every card, Think what that means in terms of payments, right? I just paid in the hotel this morning. Should I have paid with my Amex Platinum card? Because that's most expensive for the hotel, but it gives me frequent flyer miles. And people who pay with debit cards are subsidizing my frequent flyer miles. And I feel good about that because I'm a bad person. Or should I have paid with my Visa or MasterCard, which is like slightly cheaper, but I get slightly less cash back? Or should I have paid with my debit card because the hotel gives me more points if I pay with... Who cares about this stuff? Like, normal people don't have the brain power or bandwidth to talk about that sort of thing. Bots do. I don't want to deal with that payment. I just want to let my bot take care of it. So now all of a sudden, you have to think, if I'm going to be a successful fintech in that space, how am I going to sell things to bots, not to customers? Bots don't care your brand or what logo you chose. Bots don't care that you any of that stuff. You have to start thinking, what do bots care about? By the way, don't ask me, I don't know. This out. But if you're thinking that, oh, AI disruption is fewer people in the call center, you couldn't be more wrong. AI disruption is customers getting AI. And if I was trying to think of a new business to start, that's where I'd be looking. So I don't need to show you a picture of it, but you know what it is. But it's not just about things like, what am I going to pay with at the hotel? For middle-class people, once people have got basic financial health, then they have to start thinking, the Gates ladder of inclusion, financial health. Once people start saving and thinking longer term, things get really complicated. I think I'm a relatively intelligent person, okay? This is me talking to my financial advisor. So I go to my financial advisor, right after the budget speech, and I say to my financial advisor, okay, what should we do? And the financial advisor says, well, because the reverse flange taper has been shifted from 25% to 40%, then you've got to flip. But of course, there's the new charge here, so you've got to, I don't know what he's talking about. He might as well be talking Mandarin Chinese. It means absolutely nothing to me. And by the way, I'm the least informed person in that loop, but because of government regulation, I have to make the decision. It's the law. The financial advisor has to give you, I have to make the decision. The bank knows more about it than I do. The financial advisor knows more about it than I do. Everybody knows more about it than I do, but I have to make the decision. It doesn't make any sense. For the average person, and I include myself in that, but I'm certain it's true in this country too. For the average person, are you honestly telling me that the average person could make a better decision about that than even the most rudimentary bot? You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You want financial education? Why would you spend money on financial education? It's expensive, it's poorly targeted, people don't understand it. Why would you spend money on financial education when you could just get bots to do it for them? What's the point of educating people? Why don't you just give them the tool to do it for them? You want financial health for the mass market? This is the way to get financial health. Not giving people lectures about what an APR is. And by the way, I live in a country where 50% of people don't know what 50% means. So you can be as stringent as you like with those APR regulations. It's completely pointless. I just want to show you how easy it is to get started with this. Like you said, because I'm thinking there are young people in the room that are going to try and start these next businesses. I just want to show you how easy. This is my friend Mike Kelly. Mike Kelly is the guy that wrote the VRP specs for the UK Open Banking. But he's a tinkerer. He likes playing around with things. We're having a conversation about this, and Mike says, oh, well, I wonder what it would be like to connect ChatGPT to UK bank accounts, because you have the UK Open Banking API. This is Bank GPT. It took him a morning. In a morning, he had ChatGPT connected to UK bank accounts, so you can talk to your bank account using ChatGPT. So you can go, have a nice chat with your bank account. What have you been up to while I've been away? Have you paid any interesting bills recently? By the way, how much did I spend on coffee last month? That was a morning's effort. Now, obviously, it's not because it's ChatGPT, it's not going to get any regulatory approval, but it shows you the kind of skunk works you can build right now with this stuff. And there's one more thing coming around the corner with this as well. Because when we start doing business with robots, when robots are the customers, it becomes really important to know whether you're dealing with a person or whether you're dealing with a robot. Right now, we have no idea. Those stupid things I just showed you about, oh, is this a ladder or is it some stairs or whatever? I've just shown you that doesn't help. And if you look at the frauds that we're dealing with, and, I have to tell you, the UK is, pretty good at fraud, I mean, we have absolute out-of-control fraud that we're desperately trying to do something about, and it's proving increasingly difficult. Because a lot of these scams, whether it's romance scams or investment scams, Facebook marketplace scams, part of the problem is you don't know you're dealing with a person. Never mind which person it is. You just don't even, so you don't even know you're dealing with a person. No wonder you have a romance scam. So that's AI. Now let's start talking about trust. And we're going to break trust into two parts, just to follow the McKinsey. If we break it into two parts, we start with tokens. And I just want to be clear to people in the room what a token is. Because if you ask people, do you know what a token is, they'll put their hand up and say yes. If you ask them to explain what a token is, things get a little, and I don't want to pick on anybody in the room, because I want to make friends here. So I'm not going to ask you. No, I will ask you. Who knows roughly what a token is? That's a much more honest audience. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll be honest with you in turn. When people talk about a Bitcoin or something like that, that's a token. What's the difference between a token and other kinds of data? Illustrated with this picture. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg said he was going to make sending money around the internet as easy as sending pictures of cats, which is obviously not true. Okay? And the reason it's not true is that if I send you a picture of my cat, that's one of my cats, by the way, but he's a bit publicity shy, like no cameras, no cameras. If I send you a picture of my cat, I'm not really sending you the picture of my cat. I'm sending you a copy of the picture of my cat. I've still got the picture of my cat. You've got a copy of the picture of the cat. And my utility gained from my picture of the cat is not impaired by you having a copy of that picture of the cat. So when I send cats around the internet, I'm sending copies of cats around the internet. And that works really well for pictures of cats. I think the Bank of Uganda might have something to say about that if you did it with money. So for Mark Zuckerberg to say he's going to make it as easy, it's obviously not true. Because sending pictures of cats isn't, sending money isn't as easy as sending pictures of cats because you don't want to send copies of money. And this is the crucial difference between tokens and other kinds of data. If I send you a Bitcoin, I'm not sending you a copy of a Bitcoin. The ownership of the Bitcoin is transferring from me to you. There's no copying going on. So the way to think about tokens are a special kind of data that can't be copied. All you can do with tokens is transfer them from one person to another. And because you can't copy them, because you can't counterfeit them, because you can't clone them, they have some unique properties which make them the core of the next generation financial market infrastructure. Now you're probably thinking, oh Dave, this sounds like a technologist going on about cryptocurrency. It's not. I'm not going to talk about cryptocurrency. Well, I am going to talk about cryptocurrency, but anything I say about cryptocurrency is for entertainment purposes only, just to make it very clear, does not constitute investment advice or inducement to buy any class of securities. I have to say that because there's lawyers in the room. Don't listen to what a technologist says about it. Listen to what the money people say about it. Listen to what the money people say. Larry Fink runs BlackRock. Why does he say tokens are the next gen? What, because he's interested in decentralization, man? I don't think so. What, because he thinks that we shouldn't have control? No, of course not. He thinks these things shouldn't be regulated? Absolutely not. Why does a money person care about tokens? Because it's cheaper. He doesn't. Look, it's very easy to illustrate. If I sell you a share in Apple, right? What happens if I sell you a share in Apple? We have a front office and a back office, and we have a broker and a dealer, and we have reconciliation and delivery versus payment and settlement account and error accounts and blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. If I sell you a token in Apple, it goes from my wallet to your wallet, end of story. There is no clearing and settlement. That's why these people are saying that tokens are the next generation financial market. It's not ideological. You have to understand that. It's not ideological. It's about money. And if you can make assets more liquid and create markets where there weren't markets before, we can bring efficiency, we can bring trade, and we can bring growth. So don't think of tokens as, stupid pictures of chimpanzees with sunglasses on or bitcoins. Think about tokens as the next generation financial market infrastructure. That's where some opportunities lie. And I'm just going to illustrate, I'm going to show you two different kinds of opportunity that exist there. And it relies on the fact that one of my very favorite words in the English language is fungible. I love the word fungible. So you have to understand the difference between fungible and non-fungible tokens, or in fact anything else. Things that are fungible are all the same and exchangeable. Okay? So if I lend you $1 and in 6 months' time you need to give me $1 back, it doesn't have to be the same dollar. It can be any dollar. All dollars are the same. They're fungible. Any one can be exchanged for any other one. So money is fungible. This is one of the reasons why Bitcoin isn't money. It's only one of the reasons. Money has to be fungible. Okay? Property is not fungible. It's different. Okay? Let's go back a bit. Money is fungible. Property is not fungible. If I give you a Bitcoin, in 10 years' time, somebody could come along and prove I'd stolen that Bitcoin from them, it's their Bitcoin. You have to give it back to them, right? The fact that you got it from me in good faith, it's property. It's just like if I stole a bicycle and sold it to you. That's not true with money. So the difference between fungible and non-fungible is huge. Non-fungible tokens, I think, are an amazing opportunity for investment and new kinds of business. And I'll give you one simple example. I'm not the only person that thinks of this. Lots of persons have thought of this. Concert tickets. Concert tickets are the perfect example of a non-fungible token. They're unique, they shouldn't be counterfeited, they shouldn't be cloned, and if I sell you my concert ticket, I shouldn't be giving you a copy of it, I should be giving you the ticket. Tickets are the perfect example of a non-fungible property that should be implemented digitally, but isn't. You think if a famous pop, I can't think of a name of a famous pop star, if Taylor Swift comes to London and plays 5 nights at the O2, that's 125,000 people. Do you have any idea how many counterfeit tickets there are for an event like that? They had to have, in London, they had to have special recovery rooms because so many young girls showed up with counterfeit tickets. And of course, when they discover the ticket's counterfeit, they're very upset, hysterical. They had to have special rooms for this. That can't happen with an NFT. That can't happen with a token. You can't copy a token. You can't clone it. You can't counterfeit it. Either you have the token or you don't. End of story. And you don't need the layers of middlemen either. You don't need the ticket masters and the... If I was a kid and I was thinking about some new businesses, this is the kind of area I'd be thinking about as well. I already went to one event where it doesn't matter. I went to an event, it was a poetry event actually, in Catford in South London. I'll do anything for business, honestly. So I already went to an event where they had non-fungible tokens as tickets that were on people's mobile phones. I have to say it worked perfectly. The next generation financial market infrastructure is what the Bank of International Settlements call the Fintech. They're not marketing people, they're central bankers. It's what the Bank of International Settlements call the Fintech, and it's what I call the token economy. And the token economy is about the exchange of fungible and non-fungible tokens through those decentralized finance protocols. If I was a kid coming out of school right now, this is where I'd be focusing. 20 years ago, I'd have been looking at mobile phones and mobile money. Today, I'm looking at DeFi. Let's drive that down a little bit further. There's one particular kind of token that we might be very interested in, which is the central bank digital currency. Now, you're going to say to me, well, we already have instant payments, we already have debit cards, we already have Momo. Why would we need central bank digital currency? Well, let's talk about that a little bit. There's lots of reasons why you would want a central bank digital currency. One of them is sovereignty. I know it's a serious point to make, but it's an important point. In Turkey right now, 4% of GDP is going into stable coins. And all of those stable coins, 99.9% of those stable coins, are US dollar. Around the world, where you see these figures about people wanting cryptocurrency, in Nigeria, Argentina, Venezuela, places like that, they don't really want Bitcoin or Dogecoin or anything else. What they really want is dollars. Cryptocurrency is just a way to get dollars. And when people can get the US dollar stable coins directly, instead of having to gamble on cryptocurrency, that's exactly what they do. You look at the figures right now for the trading on the major exchanges, and it's stable coins which are driving everything. And there's two ways those can be delivered into the market. You can have the private stable coins that are in the market right now, or you could have public stable coins, i.e. central bank digital currency. That's an interesting discussion to have in a country. Shall we do nothing and just let people use US dollars? Or shall we try and make our own stable coins that have some extra utility, maybe, I don't know, some extra privacy, some extra liquidity, I mean, maybe some particular cultural values that make people want to use those instead. In the bottom right corner there, I've got innovation. If you look at the Bank of England's original publication about central bank digital currency, innovation, that thing in the bottom right-hand corner, was their #1 goal. Because they said, we don't know what people are going to do with this, but we know they're going to do some amazing things. Because if kids in a university right now think up a great idea for a new business, and it's going to involve money, they've got to get licenses, they've got to get compliant, they've got to create all this kind of infrastructure before they can do anything with their idea. But that's not what they're doing, they're just using stable coins. And we need to capture some of that innovation for the wider good. So there's lots of reasons why you want to do this. I'll give you a couple more reasons. This is the German Banking Association. The German Banking Association is literally the most conservative organization on earth. And look what they say about CBDCs. They say, yes, we want wholesale CBDCs to make our financial markets more efficient. Larry Fink's point. Yes, we want a retail CBDC because we want to make retail payments cheaper, more efficient, and crucially, offline. One of the most important characteristics of a central bank digital currency is that it has to work offline, device to device. So if there's no signal, there's no internet, there's no mobile phone, you should still be able to pay somebody, you should still be able to buy a drink. But they also said, we want machine digital currency. Because we think part of the next phase of evolution of industry, what they call Industry 4.0, is supply chains where the machines have their own money. That's not some crazy science fiction author saying that. That's the German Banking Association. Again, if I was a kid at university, I'd be thinking, I don't know if I can play with wholesale CBDC because that's institutional. I don't know what I'm going to do with retail CBDC. But machine CBDC? Money that robots can use to pay each other? They told you at the beginning I write columns for Forbes. In the past 2 weeks, I've had 2 companies come to me who've just received their startup funding to implement AI to AI payments. It's not science fiction. This stuff's happening right now. I won't talk about that. If we're going to start thinking about that sort of stuff, we have to start thinking about national strategy. And I don't know if people think about, is there a national strategy for migrating the evolution from cash to digital cash? From currency to digital currency? From money to token? I mean, I doubt it. But that national strategy is quite complicated. You have to start on that now if you want this in a 3 to 5 year horizon. If you don't have some kind of national strategy, you end up somewhere like Sweden. In Sweden, there was no national strategy. People just went cashless, and you have the result that some groups are marginalized and excluded. Well, that's not what you want from a national strategy. You want a national strategy that ensures that the net welfare benefits from these transitions. And that means taking seriously some of these key issues that I've got. Again, I'm not standing here to solve the problems. I'm just flagging up to you that actually there's some amazing work that could be done here. But we need these planks to build on. If we just let it happen, we don't get the best outcome for society. We need to plan it. Then there's the second part of the issue about trust, which is about identity. You don't know who anybody is online, so fraud is completely out of control. Jack Dorsey, the guy that founded Twitter and Square, and by the way, he's a billionaire, so you should probably listen to him rather than me. He said years ago, this is really all about identity. A lot of the things that we see as payment problems are really identity problems. If we could solve the identity problem, a lot of those payments problems would be very easy. Well, that's great. That should be easy to solve then, right? Because everybody has a digital identity, right? Everybody has an electronic identity in Uganda. Some people have. A few people have. 1 or 2 people have. Anybody? Does anybody have one? I mean, I thought you had an electronic identity scheme. Do you have one? Well, you have to be a lawyer and say you have to have one. Okay, well, if everyone's got an identity, doesn't that solve the problem? Well, of course it doesn't, because your identity is nobody else's business. You think about the number of transactions that you're involved in, where you actually have to know who somebody is. It's quite limited. Everybody used to, you go into a bar, the bar needs to know you're over 18 to buy a drink. They don't need to know who you are. And if they need to know who you are, the way they do it now is by looking at your passport or driving license, which gives them all sorts of personal information, which is none of their business. And when businesses do it, that means they create a honeypot for criminals so that when they get hacked, which is all the time, everybody's personal information gets stolen. That's not the right way forward. We need a more sophisticated view of what digital identity is. And if you look at what's going on in places, I think Australia is a very good example. If you look at what's going on in places like Australia, they're moving to these kind of framework-based approaches, where you have a framework so that public IDs and private IDs, and by which I mean bank IDs, can interoperate. Now that is a really interesting, and in fact the UK is going to go the same way as well. So that's a really interesting way of thinking about things. Why am I pointing towards driving licenses? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is because the international standard for mobile driving licenses is in place. If you live in places like California, you can already download your driver's license to your Apple phone or your Google phone. And the same is going to be true of passports and everything else in the not too distant future. But also, because I think driving licenses illustrate the difference between digital and digitized identity. If you just take a driving license and make a digital version of it and put it in a phone, you're not really creating a digital identity. That's just a digitized identity. It's very different from a digital identity. Digital identities don't have to work the same way. Look, here's a very obvious example. When you get a driving license, like my driving license, I'm a bit older than you, so my driving license is only valid for 10 years, okay? And the reason you get issued a driving license for 10 years is because it would be crazy to have to issue driving licenses to people every day, right? And you don't want to issue it for 100 years because, you know, so you issue driving licenses to people for 10 years. But that's because of a limitation of plastic. So when you digitize a driving license, why would you issue it for 10 years? That doesn't make any sense. My phone is perfectly capable of waking up every day and getting the driving license for one day. You can have a driving license that's valid for one day. The phone wakes up, gets the driving license. You get banned from driving, the police take your license away, you did something bad. The phone wakes up, oh, no license. That's it, end of story. So you can rethink the way that the trust infrastructure works. You don't have to just take the way that we get around it right now and move that into the digital environment. You can start with a clean sheet of paper and say, what do we want identity to do? And in the finance sector, it might well be that having some kind of financial sector, never mind what the government's doing with identities or anyone else doing it, maybe it's time for the finance sector to just say, okay, we'll solve that problem just for ourselves. We'll have a finance identity. Other people can use it if they want to. But we won't wait for other people to develop it. We'll do it ourselves. And there's a couple of things that have happened recently. So I was going to come here and tell you that digital identity was really important, and maybe that would be an area for entrepreneurialism. That maybe would be an area where kids can use some new technology, do something different. And a couple of weeks ago, before I even come down here to talk to you, we see huge changes in that space. We see Apple saying that they're going to open up the secure element in the phones. That means both Apple and Android phones give us access to the secure hardware that we need to store the encryption keys, which we need to do to make secure infrastructure. This is huge. This is massive. I mean, imagine if you get the security infrastructure in place. So we have identities for robots, we have identities machines, we have identities for people. And because we have secure hardware, because everyone has secure hardware with them, we have an infrastructure that's suddenly secure that never existed before. We can move all kinds of services into that space, deliver them into the mass market at a low price, and bring financial health to people rather than individual financial services. People reported on this as if it's going to make a little bit of a difference in payments. This is huge. So I've just realized I've got some really bad news for the audience here. I'm just going to have to tell you this and come out and tell you straight away, but I can't see a clock. So I've literally no idea how long I've been standing up here for, or how long am I supposed to talk for? I don't even know. Should I carry on for a bit? Okay, all right, I'll carry on for a little bit. Give me a signal, okay? If you I'll look at just out the corner. When you go like that, I'll stop. Just little signal, just secret signal between us. In Europe, you've got the European Digital Identity Wallet being built right now. Even if you're not going to use the European Digital Identity Wallet, what that gives you is standards and software, which means that the cost of implementing secure wallets that use that secure hardware to deliver incredible services to people is collapsing. There's a new way of implementing these services, which is the digital wallet, and there are new standards, and there are people implementing the software on those standards right now. I'm not saying you should go out and use a European Digital Identity Wallet. What I am saying is, because of the European Digital Identity Wallet, you now have access to programmers and software and wallets which you can use. Digital wallets are so much more important. Digital wallets give us all sorts of other things. They give us inclusion. They give us person-to-person. They give us identity transactions as well as payment transactions. They give us that ability to go to a retailer and with one tap, you give them the coupons, the loyalty card, the payment, they give you back the rewards in one tap. That changes the retail environment. Okay, so those are two areas where I think the next generation of entrepreneurs can come from. Now I'm going to spend 5 minutes on just telling you two more, slightly further in the future, where I think something interesting might just happen. The first of those is spatial computing, the metaverse. Now, it sounds a little bit far-fetched, and I'm sure you think, as I think, it's pretty unlikely that the average person in Uganda is going to go and buy an Apple Vision Pro headset. That's probably not going to happen, okay? But did you see the spectacles that Mark Zuckerberg launched this week, the Ray-Ban spectacles that have the built-in, with the AI built into them? That's a price point that I can afford. If I can afford it, you can afford it too. And in a couple of years' time, the price of those is going to collapse even further. So you think right now that when I say something like spatial computing and metaverse, I'm talking about games. I'm not talking about games. I'm talking about the next generation interface. This is an area where I think Mark Zuckerberg might actually be right. He said glasses are going to, he said I can't remember the number, he said there's 1 billion people in the world that already wear glasses. And the other 4 billion would wear them if they give them good service, which is true. Like, if I didn't need glasses, right now, if I could buy glasses right now, like I walk into this room, okay, and the glasses tell me, oh yeah, no, this is Dave, you met him 6 months ago, he works for this company. If you were a salesman, how much would you pay for a pair of glasses that when you look at me, it colors me, it gives a big yellow circle? Okay, this guy talks to me, but he doesn't have any budget. But when it looks at you, it's got a big green tick. This is a guy you need to be nice to. He's got budget. And when it looks at you, it's just got like a red cross. Leave this guy alone. He's not. Now, you think that's funny. I swear to God, what salesman wouldn't buy those? I mean, even if I had glasses right now that would just remind me, oh, you know, you met a few months ago, or you were supposed to get the car fixed today, or, by the way, you're late for your flight. The AI that does that is not that complicated. This is me at a book launch. That's a woman called Ava Pascoe. Very interesting woman. She co-founded the first cyber cafe in London. In the old days, if you wanted to make, this is very unbelievable to you, but this is true. You're too young to remember this. But in the old days, if you wanted to go on the internet, you had to go to a cafe to do it. You couldn't do it from home. She founded the first one in London. She had a book launch, so she commissioned a copy of it in the metaverse. And we went to a book launch in the metaverse. And I have to tell you, in the metaverse, I'm much slimmer, is one big advantage of it. And my hair's a little darker. I like being in the metaverse, right? It really is a good place to do business. You think I'm being funny about this? I just did some work for an insurance company that was looking at where their next generation of consumers are going to come from. So the question for them was, in 5 years' time, we have consumers that are going to be buying their first travel insurance, their first car insurance, their first renter's insurance, their first health insurance. How do we get those consumers? Where are those consumers right now? And because you're old, you think that those kids are all messing around in TikTok and YouTube. If you look at the actual numbers for attention span in the 11 to 14 age group, those kids are already spending their time in Fortnite, in Minecraft, in Roblox. They're already in the metaverse. That's where they are. That's where their friends are. That's where they communicate. So you need to start thinking about strategies for that. If you were finishing university now, would that be an interesting? Actually, in developing markets, that might be. Because when you put the glasses on, you're not in a developing market anymore, you're in the metaverse. And if you've got the digital identity in place, you can sell to anybody anywhere in the world. You can interact with anybody. If you think that's crazy stuff to do with games, you're wrong. And the last thing, I promise the last thing. The last thing's quantum computing. This is more complicated than tokens. So everybody knows what tokens are now, right? You're comfortable with that sort of? Well, he isn't, obviously, because he missed it. But for the rest of the people in the room, like, broadly, could you just nod if, broadly speaking, you know what tokens are now? That's good. Right? Tokens are easy compared to quantum computing. So quantum computing, you know, computers that we use now have ones and zeros. Are you with it so far? Is it? Okay. We have ones and zeros in the computers right now. But in quantum computers, you have things that aren't ones or zeros. They're like ones and zeros at the same time. And the easy way to think about this, remember the cat in the box? So you've got the cat that's in the box or isn't in the box. No. You've got two cats that might be in a box that isn't part of. No, wait a minute. Let's not talk about quantum computing. Let's just, okay, forget about the cats in the box. Like, there are quantum computers, and quantum computers can do things that our computers can't. And one of the things they can do, which is very bad news for a lot of the people in this room, one of the things they can do is they can break public key cryptography, which is how we keep everything safe. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about EMV cards or web browser sessions or secure email or whatever. I can't, you know, if I had a quantum computer, this is a problem that's coming. If I had one, I wouldn't tell you, because if I had a quantum computer that could read all of your messages, I wouldn't want you to know. I'd just keep it. I'd use it to steal all the bitcoins. That's when you'd notice, wait a minute, where have all the bitcoins gone? Someone must have a quantum computer. That'd be what I'd do with it. But other people might want to do more sinister things with it. We don't know when Y2Q is coming. Remember Y2K? You're old enough to remember Y2K, right? Remember the big deal about Y2K was on Y2K, nothing happened because we got it right. We as an industry, the finance industry, the payments industry, we spent a lot of time and a lot of money going through all of our systems and making sure they were ready for Y2K. And our great triumph was that when Y2K came, nothing happened. But we knew when Y2K was. Y2Q, we don't know when it is. Could be a year's time, could be 5 years' time, could be 10 years' time. Apple, I think it's worth looking at what Apple are doing. They're a company that's usually got a strategy about things. Apple have already migrated iMessage to post-quantum security. In other words, security that can't be broken by quantum computers. And the stuff that I do on iMessage, actually I can show you my iMessage right now. This is quite funny. So it's on my iMessage. Can you make sure you bring some milk home tonight? I'm like, no, I'm in Kampala. You don't listen to a word I say. She doesn't care where I am. If the police arrested her right now and said, where is he? She wouldn't be able to tell you. That's how, she doesn't care. I tell her, I'm going to Kampala. She's not listening. She said, look, can you make sure you bring back some milk tonight? Okay? That's what we do with iMessage. And Apple are protecting that with post-quantum security. And you're sending messages about money. So I think you have to have a strategy to move towards post-quantum security as well. Okay, promise the last slide. Remember what I said at the beginning about that interplay between regulation and technology? If you look at those 4 technology trends that I just outlined, and you apply that kind of logic and thinking to it, I think it's worth walking away from this room and thinking, I've just seen where the next M-Pesa is going to come from, because I'm convinced that's true. It's going to be using AI, probably not for payments, probably for something more important like agriculture or healthcare or education, but it'd be something to do with AI. Is that an achievable goal for the young people in this room? I think it is. Is it something to do with digital trust, tokenization? I just told you that's the next generation financial market infrastructure. Can kids begin to experiment with that right now? They can. I mean, it needs that regulatory sandbox that was talked about this morning to make that happen. Can we do something about digital identity that transforms the way people interact, start really cutting down on fraud, putting some trust back into that? I think you can. Can we start to experiment in the metaverse so our young people can interact with people all around the world? They can build new products and services that exist in a virtual environment? I think we can. Can we build a quantum computer? I think probably not, but you've got to have goals, haven't you? Thanks very much for listening.
Dave, the way here in Uganda, the way we show people that we are very happy and we are very grateful for the message is usually all stand up and give you a big clap. So once you see these people standing up and they give you a big clap, know that we are very happy for your message. People, don't embarrass me. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that
in one industry is possibly going to affect the other subsector
within
the wider financial sector.
Right.
So the approach would be for regulators to begin working together, realizing that what they do in one place has an impact on the other.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
That again requires in a country like Uganda, where people believe in building tough, small kingdoms, it means we need to make subservient our own ideas or goals that we're achieving for regulatory agencies to a bigger goal. So, like we said earlier on, we talk about the digital economy. If a digital economy is what we are looking at, let us define what that future state looks like.
Right.
And then ask each regulator, please either draw a dotted line or a solid line from what you are doing today to take you to that point.
Okay.
But as you do that, ask yourself, as you move along your path to get to that utopia, the impacts of your actions on other regulators and their ability to do their own regulation.
No, you're right. And I mean, one observation I've made in Uganda specifically is only this year we've had over 20, 30 conferences, be it summits, and you have all these parties coming in, people sign MOUs at the same time. Honestly, I don't know how some of you people in the room, how do you measure these MOUs? How do you come back once you have such a successful fintech conference and then you sign partnerships? Is there a way you measure them, be it local or international players coming in? But then either it becomes a PR exercise or, sometimes even becomes a few dollars in your pocket, so to speak. But then the only question I also want to add into the conversation is the summits are key, the summits are important, but then what comes out of that? And with this Dr. I want us to quickly segue into AI, right? And which, our good friend David touched on. When we talk about AI, and it's a buzzword, all of us love it and we enjoy it. I think it started in 1956, thereabout. But the quite interesting thing is we continue to talk about artificial intelligence, but we don't talk about the human intelligence part. So there's AI and there's HI. Inevitably, AI is here, and we're going to stay. It's the next disruption that is coming across. But then, are we ready for it? And one of the things I wanted, to discuss with Dr. is, should we look at regulating AI, blockchains, and these things as a regulator, or what are your thoughts around that?
Again, there's a caveat. I might lose my job. I do not believe we should regulate AI. We should only focus on managing the impact of AI on our communities.
Right.
Okay? Because any regulator that attempts to regulate technology has lost the battle even before it begins. Because technology will evolve whether or not you are part of it. However, if we look at AI and say, we're going to look at the impact of AI, for example, say, on jobs, or on certain aspects of maybe reproduction or something, or construction. The focus should then be on, if AI gets implemented or AI comes along, it has certain impacts. It's good to have certain outcomes. So to what extent can we manage either the risks associated with those outcomes or the impacts of those outcomes? Okay?
Right.
You might argue, for example, that increasingly, and I think he gave the example where he talked about ChatGPT and having your financial transactions all done in one place. The question then, if you have that ability, what are the potential negatives, or what are the potential risks associated with AI? And those are the ones we should focus on as regulators, not AI itself.
Makes sense. And I think there's something you said, which I like saying, technology will evolve, but the human psychology will always remain the same. So in that context, it also becomes really hard for you to think and say you want to regulate AI or you want to do. But another important thing here is there's a lot of investment being put in AI. There's a lot of money. And for the leaders in the room, which is they also should start off thinking about investing in the human element, the human intelligence. So there's AI and HI. So I don't think AI so much will replace, but the people who don't want to be associated and to understand more about AI, definitely you're going to be replaced. So let's also invest more in the human intelligence side so that we really don't get stuck into that buzzword. But again, as technology is evolving and we're talking about digital economy, fraud is here with us. Cybersecurity is here with us. And it's said that after China and US, cyber biggest population in the world. As a regulator and in a Ugandan context, how is that? I had somebody saying, in Kenya, Tanzania, fraud has moved to Uganda. I don't know why they say that, but from a regulator's perspective, what are your thoughts around cybersecurity and specifically in a Ugandan context?
My understanding of cybersecurity, just like any chain, cybersecurity is only as strong as the persons or the entities that use it. Any cybersecurity stance, any cybersecurity tools are only as good as those that use them. Now, with regards to your remark that it's moving from Kenya and Tanzania and coming to Uganda, is that it tends, incidents of fraud, whether cybersecurity derived or otherwise, tend to thrive in an environment where we don't kind of think through our actions. Okay? And this is a very big fundamental issue that we face as regulators, be it UCC or UMRA or any other, is that in focusing to protect the consumer against these threats, these fraud incidents and cybersecurity incidents, to what extent can we protect consumers or users from themselves? I will ask a question which I normally tend to ask at a number of conferences. By a show of hands here, how many of you have bought a brand new phone in the last 1 year? Just a show of hands. Okay. That brand new phone came with a manual. Did any one of you read it? So if the manufacturer of the phone thought it necessary to attach 30, 40 pages to explain to you how to use this phone in an effective manner, and you spend $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 to acquire this device, but you can't be bothered to read it, to what extent then can a regulator help you? I'm not very religious, but I think somewhere in the Bible it says God helps those who help themselves. Similarly with cybersecurity. The first line of defense, so to speak, with cybersecurity or fraud is the individual. Okay? If the individual does not act and assume that everyone on the other side is potentially looking out to defraud them, they become a perfect candidate. And in some, I think that now there's even within the cybersecurity fraternity, there's the increasing the whole concept of zero-factor authentication, moving away from dual-factor authentication, multiple-factor authentication, maybe perhaps zero-factor authentication. Regulators can only do so much. The laws can only do so much. The guys who do the programming and write all this code and the fancy systems can only do so much. So I think when it comes to cybersecurity, I think the focus should not be so much on the technology. I think that one's quite mature. The biggest issue should be on we, the users, those who interact with these technologies. We should be the first. I think the focus of anti-fraud or minimizing the risk of cybersecurity should be at.
Okay, makes sense. And I know a number of times, regulators and these banks, fintechs, we all know about KYC, know your customers. And we've always talked about this all the time. And when you were speaking again, something came to my mind. What if we now move KYC to KYE, know your enemy? How is it that we can start and tell, be the fintechs in the room or the banks in the room, guys, as you know your customer, now you also need to start thinking about know your enemy, because rightfully, as Dr. has said, it starts with us. And it starts with you knowing your customer, updating your customer details. I'll give you an example. When I moved from Nairobi to work in the UK, and my bank really never bothered to follow, to update. So they really didn't know me by the time even I was coming back almost 3-4 years. So there's always emphasis on know your customer, but sometimes there's a gap. What about if we shift to now also know your enemy, KYE?
I think I will go beyond know your enemy. I would use I. Everyone is your enemy. You see, okay. when you interact with all these technologies and you assume that every other person interacting with is potentially your enemy, your approach and how you interact with that technology it becomes different.
Right.
If you walk into a room where you assume everyone is out to get you, the way you walk into that room is different from when you walk in and you think everyone is on your side.
Okay, makes sense.
So go beyond know your enemy. Assume everyone is your enemy.
Everyone is your enemy.
Then let them prove
they are not.
They are not.
No, I like that because I remember, when people talk about fraud and cybersecurity, actually somebody was saying, even they attend conferences like this. So we might be discussing new technologies and how things are going, and they're busy taking notes. So don't assume the next neighbor is a friend to doctors' comments. Everybody is your enemy when it comes to security and fraud. And there's one thing that we always say is the best time to fix a leaking roof is when the sun is high up, not when it starts raining. And I think that's why if you see regulation, by the time the central bank is coming to you, it means your house is already leaking and there's something you didn't do. So every time you think about fraud and every time you think about cybersecurity, the best time for you to think of fixing is be ready for it, prepare for it, for prevention. Because if you wait when it's already raining, it's going to be a very, very tough conversation. Now, maybe to my last, question and maybe comment, Fitspa is celebrating their 6th, which is amazing and well done. From a regulation standpoint and central bank, how do you see fintech ecosystem? How do you see it growing? And how do you see the support that can come from your end to continuous collaboration with the Fintechs Association in Uganda?
I believe, sorry. I will not use the word believe. I'm convinced that there are significant opportunities within our economy for fintechs and for non-fintechs. But for those benefits to be realized, is that I go back to something I said earlier on, is that the fintechs should stop looking at each other as competitors. Okay?
Right.
If you begin to look at your neighbor, remember you said, assume everyone is your enemy, but realize that even as you compete, there are synergies that you can for the whole industry as a whole, if you cooperate at the same time. How you define that balance between yourself and other entities will largely define the extent and degree of your success. That's one. Two is, especially for the fintechs, the already existing ones, and perhaps those that are coming, but this is more towards those that are already established. Be ready to lose your traditional sources of income. In other words, if you have a defined source of income or stream of income out of your activities, you work on the assumption or try and drop a scenario and say, if this income stream dries up in 1 year, do I have an alternative? And I think this is where the innovation concept comes from. But there's a tendency by human beings, and I think that has something to do with our comfort zone, that once as a business you have a very clear income stream, there's a tendency to want to protect it. In the fintech industry, with the nature of innovation that goes about, all you take is a few kids in some garage somewhere, in some dorm room, that will completely change and disrupt you. So instead of being disrupted by others, disrupt yourself. That means the moment you have a steady source of income or a revenue stream, begin to plan for its replacement. So that when someone does actually compete and comes and perhaps flanks you on that particular revenue stream, you already were moving to another income stream. Of course, that will make it very difficult for potential investors to assess your future viability, but that is the only way you remain sustainable.
No, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I think innovation doesn't have to be sexy, right? It's quite interesting that if you're in South Africa, the conversation in South Africa around digital and the future of technology, there's over 50 million cards in South Africa. If you go to Kenya, they talk about over 50 million M-Pesa wallets. If you go to Nigeria, they don't innovate for the sake of innovation, they innovate for the sake of trust. What Nigerians just want is simply, if I send you money now, I want to receive it now. There's nothing like RTH is going to take tomorrow and all that stuff. So context is important when we are having these conversations. So once again, Daktari and Rafiki, I want to give you also some closing remarks into these conversations before we hand it back to the MC.
I think the last thing I would like to talk about, there's this whole threat about AI, and indeed it is a real threat to how we do business, how we live, and how we interact as social beings. But, and on a lighter note, I don't think, in my opinion, AI will replace human beings. We are too flawed and too messed up that AI would want nothing to do with us. And that is to our advantage. So I think my final note on this one would be that I think it should be human beings, or human intelligence as you called it, working with AI to further and better society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana Daktari. Over to Ziana. Anything you want to You want to say anything? Guys, 1 or 2 questions, please. Where's the mic? Somebody can pass the mic.
So where are the hands? You know there's this tendency. Even me, after that question, I have remembered.
Thank you so much, Ed, Dr. Titi, and your moderator, Rachel from
Frank.
Uganda.
Frank.
Frank.
Yes.
Thank you so much to remind me your name. Rachel from Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. He mentioned, I would like to comment on part of the submissions that he made, and I agree with his concluding remarks. One time I attended a conference and someone mentioned that at the time when the computers were being introduced, I think so many years ago, the human beings thought that computers were going to replace their jobs. So I still agree that AI cannot replace the human beings' jobs because there's a way how God made a human being. So I believe the time when they created or technology evolved and they manufactured the computers, they increased efficiency of a human being. And still AI is just increasing the efficiency of what we are doing in the financial sector and other sectors. Still from the regulator's point of view, he mentioned that the regulator should be in the shadow. Yes, I agree, because by the time the regulator comes up with a regulation and a rule, you have realized that there is a risk. And, you know, the regulator cannot compete with the innovators in this room. The regulator is always a small team, and there are so many innovators within the industry. So by the time you come up with the rules and the regulations, you're just trying to learn what they have done, which risk has it caused to the sector, then you're trying to come up with the rules and the regulations to maybe ensure compliance within what they have come up with. Thank you so much, Doctor. It was a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, on the point of, I agree with the point of AI not replacing. You remember the typewriter days, secretaries, the ones who never adapted to the computers were somehow replaced, right? So I agree they'll never be replaced, but then, to Dr. Harry's point, we must also elevate ourselves to be current with the knowledge. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, and the other interesting thing also, if human beings are flawed, and this is a logical argument, if human beings are flawed by definition, and they design AI, it can't be flawless, okay? So they will always be, if a flawed being creates a product, that product can never be flawless. It's almost by extension. So there will always be a room. And in any case, when you think about AI, does it have emotional intellect? Does it have empathy? Can it think outside the box? Because it only does that, you know, based on the inputs put in, and these inputs to AI that generate outcomes are input by flawed human beings. And we know the whole concept of garbage in, garbage out. So there's still room for us for the time being.
Good morning. And Frank Muller, for a wonderful interaction. I have one question. Dr. Tune told a very important point on going like a shadow, innovation and regulation. We are talking about AI, we are talking about virtual boyfriend, girlfriend. In that scenario, I read a report on the International Data Corporation. The market by 2027, the cloud computing market is estimated at $17.8 billion. Whereas East African central banks are averse to cloud computing. When we can expect by shadow movement for innovation?
Okay.
It's a good question.
Thank you, Dr. Titi and Frank. My name is Vincent from FutureLink Technologies. One of the strategic challenges that Africa has is the fragmented markets. If you're talking about China, 1.4 billion, US, 330 million, India, 1.4 billion. And then you come to Africa, you have Uganda just barely 47 million. You move to another market, Zambia, 18 million. And they are requiring you to set up as if it is the only market you are serving. It's one platform, and that fragmented regulation accumulates the cost of performance, which then is passed on to the consumer. I don't know, Dr. Titi, what the regulators on the African continent are doing that can help the fintechs to at least, if we are not able to achieve the economic integration, that for the sake of expansive market for fintechs, that if, for example, you have set up in Uganda here, you do not have to have everything in moving to another market. Have a CTO, for example, seated in another market when it is the same platform that you are actually managing. So having 10 CTOs managing the same platform, what component of the platform must this CTO manage and this other CTO manage? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Hello. Thank you, Francis and Dr. Twine. My name is Godfrey Joga Sebukulu, Executive Director of Craft Solutions, the local chapter for Craft Silicon. Thank you, Dr. Twine, for your submission and your statement that the regulators should be in the shadow of innovation. Well knowing that during the day you can see a shadow, and at night you can't see your shadow. And well knowing that, you know, a shadow is like a passenger who is driven around in many situations. I share your you know, I felt for you because 26 years ago I was a regulator, and my pain was doing something I didn't enjoy. And I feel like you know, you are just occupying a position, but maybe you don't enjoy what you're doing. I was at the early stages of digitization in this economy.
Let's land the question.
Okay, very quickly. I just had to provide some background. At the early stages of innovation, and where we looked at one of the biggest partnerships in this industry, and that was between Craft Silicon and Centenary Bank. And you've seen that over time, financial institutions have gone into starting their own fintechs, and by way, de-escalating partnerships. My question rests around what goes on in a boardroom in deciding your fintech partners. A typical core banking implementation, new system, will cost about $20 to $25 million over a period of years. A typical switch, okay, when you look at the traditional structures, will cost you about $5, maybe $7, maybe $10 million, and this is substantial. My question is, if innovation is disruptive, then it's going to have victims. And some of those victims must die and be buried. But when we go to these boardrooms, there's a tendency of keeping them alive. Okay, in making a core system, become a switching, become a mobile, and then you starting your own fintech. My question is here, to what extent do you feel legacy systems are actually impairing innovation? Because somebody bids for a core and tomorrow he wants it to speak like a fintech. And it takes forever as the industry progresses. And maybe a sub-question.
Thank you.
Bankers ready to drive the digitization?
My friend, let me ask you.
And I've ended.
In your other life, are you a preacher?
No, sir.
No, just kidding. Thank you.
But
thanks for the question.
My question stops.
Thank you very much.
You.
So, I think there are 3 questions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to start with that one or you want to take another one? Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titi. My name is Bernard. My name is Bernard Mianda from MTN Mobile Money. My question is around collaboration. As a regulator, what are some of the things you're doing to promote collaboration? You've mentioned something around how you want the fintech space to look at you as someone promoting collaboration. But as you're aware, one of the challenges we're facing is this could be in terms of the laws that are governing, let's say, data sharing, in areas of maybe coming up with things where the regulator is organizing workshops and inviting the fintech space to say, it could be in terms of research, looking out, saying this is what is happening in other economies, and we see that this could come. So maybe is there anything you're doing to promote collaboration among the space? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 4 questions. And actually question number 4, it's a good one, so to speak. I saw the Reserve Bank of South Africa organize something just last week for stakeholders, brought them together and to start having conversations around. But I'll leave it to you to answer the questions in any particular order.
I'll start with the issue about the gentleman from Craft Silicon. Are bankers ready for innovation? Do legacy systems in banks hinder or slow down innovation? I think you're asking the wrong question, because innovation is a mindset. Innovation is a thinking process. Systems are just enablers. Okay? So whether or not they have legacy systems or not, in any case, for those who are in here who have an understanding of accounting, those legacy systems have got a balance sheet lifetime. They are probably being depreciated to 0. So they're only carrying a residual value on the balance sheet. The innovation is in terms of thinking. And I mentioned something earlier on. One of the first things, and I know a few banks are trying to do this, is if you have a very secure revenue stream, your first thought process should be on, if it is to be taken away, how do I replace it? And you focus on the replacement. Look at a company, for example, like Apple. I think they just came out with that iPhone 16 or 17? 16. Try getting parts for an iPhone 13 or even 14 now. So what they do is that they are constantly innovating on their products and cannibalizing their own services so that a competitor has now nothing to compete against. Instead of waiting for a competitor to do the cannibalization of your products or services, do it yourself. Now, are the bankers ready to do that? I would say no. And this is why. Banks, by definition, are dealing with other people's money. Okay? And you don't want someone taking undue risks with your money. Imagine walking to an ATM, you put in the card, and it says, sorry, there is no money. We're waiting for some money from Twine. You come back next week. Why? Because they were being very innovative and took on risk. So for banks, their ability to innovate is a condition, actually it's a function of their ability to manage the risks around that innovation. Now, some of them, the way they choose to manage those risks is just to avoid the whole thing of innovating. But a few others have decided that, perhaps we change our holding structure and maybe perhaps buy a fintech or partner with fintech or establish our own fintech to enable us to understand this business of these people who are flanking us in our industry. But remember, they have got deeper pockets. So if they can fund a fintech existing fintechs, what does that mean for you? And that's why I said earlier on, and I think I will stick with my story, is that if you find as a fintech or as a business that you have an established revenue source, begin today, walk out of here and begin thinking, how do I replace it in the event someone flanks me or attacks me on that revenue stream?
On the fintech, on the bank one, let me just add, for banks that are onboarding maybe fintechs or buying fintech, so to speak, that gentleman, I think that's what we are touching on. Think of a mothership and a speedboat, right? The fintech is a speedboat, the bank is a mothership. So I think one of the challenges we see when banks decide to acquire fintechs is fintechs are very agile. Banks are a bit slow. So imagine how a speedboat is fast, and before you turn a mothership with one speedboat, it's going to take time. So if you have to go into the fintech space, then make sure the kind of resource you're putting in the speedboat is the same resource in the mothership so that it can move to a certain direction if you have to go that direction. That's just what I wanted to add, Dr.
Yes, thank you, Frank. Now, on fragmented regulation across markets, unfortunately, when it comes to fintechs, for example, not necessarily every central bank on the African continent has a place or a department or a division or directorate on fintech regulation. Others have just basically stayed out from it. The few have realized it's actually important and matters, and they're beginning to look at it. So while it would be beautiful that a fintech established in Uganda moving, say, to Zambia does not have to go through the whole process again. Until we have a situation where, first of all, every either central bank or there's a regulator for that particular space in every country, and then they agree on what we call harmonization criteria. So, for example, for the ESC, we have something called the Monetary Affairs Committee, where the central banks within the ESC are trying to agree on certain minimum convergence criteria, so that if you are a bank entering Kenya or Uganda, you are more or less going to find a similar regulatory environment. Across the African continent, now this is for banks, there is the Association of African Central Banks, and under that there was something called the Community of Banking Supervisors, where there was a tendency to try and agree on certain minimum standards, so that if you're operating in one country in the continent, two or more countries, you would expect some kind of certainty and similarity in terms of the treatment of certain things. Okay? But that takes a while. That is the reason why we don't have an African Union. It's the reason why we don't have a monetary union across the ESC. That harmonization of different thinking and even lawmaking across different countries means that it will take quite a while before you have a situation where, if you're operating in Uganda, if you decide to move your business to Malawi, there's, the expectations in terms of how the regulator treats you will be the same. But for the fintechs, then the question then becomes, what can you do? How about you focus on a universal service or a universal need, a need that someone needs irrespective of which country they're in? And maybe they have a delivery platform, maybe past the internet or something that doesn't require, that cannot be regulated. That's one approach. People use Facebook. It's available on the internet. No one particular person regulates Facebook per se. So for the fintechs, perhaps you begin looking at, are there services, is there a universal need across the continent that can be served in some kind of uniform manner? When you do that, then you're increasing the likelihood that the regulators in the different countries that benefit from your service will have a tendency to want to have a conversation amongst themselves and agree on how they treat you. Cloud computing. I'll just talk about Bank of Uganda. So, yes, we do not have any particular regulation for or against cloud computing, but I believe some time back, and I was a member of the National Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, where we came up with some potential strategy for the government of Uganda with regards to all these new technologies, cloud computing, robotics, virtual reality, and so on and so forth, blockchain, and so on. Okay? The approach Bank of Uganda has taken is that if a bank, for now, seeks to get involved, perhaps move some of its back office operations to the cloud, we focus on the risk-based, we take the risk-based approach to that, to how we regulate that aspect. And this is what it entails. The first question is, if you are bank A and seek to take certain parts of your operations to the cloud, that's okay. The first question is, how comprehensive is your risk register in terms of how well have you thought through all the risks that that decision entails? Introduces both to your balance sheet, to your shareholders, and to your other stakeholders. So the comprehensiveness of your risk register. The second question is, do you have risk mitigation measures or remedial actions or some mechanisms or policies in place to ensure that you minimize the likelihood of those risks materializing, both materializing and the impacts if they do? Then the third part is, especially for banks, is in your capital planning, how much capital are you setting aside for the event there is some residual risk in the way you manage that particular risk? Okay? So the decision for a bank now to go to cloud computing, they can still make it. But they have to have demonstrated they have fully understood all three. You understand the risks, you have mitigations or mechanisms to deal with both the impact of those risks on your balance sheet and the impact of those risks on the wider financial sector. And three, how much capital you're going to intend to hold in the event that even despite that, if there is any residual risk arising from your moving to cloud computing. So it's an acknowledgement. We do realize it's a reality. And in any case, when you look at the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019, I think it's section 22 or something, which actually even provides for the possibility of cloud computing for any entity in this country. What that specific provision says is that you can move confidential data, because cloud computing means moving certain parts of the data, most of which might be confidential, outside of potentially Uganda, right? The law provides that as long as you can demonstrate that the jurisdiction you're moving your data to or want to process your data from has got data governance and protections that are equivalent to or better than those in Uganda, it's okay. So in essence, the law actually does provide and allow for cloud computing. It just places a burden or some responsibilities on you if you choose to go that route. Thank you.
Yeah, and I like the last point, because I remember you also mentioned that in a different conference where you said, as long as the security standards set in the respective country aligns with what you're putting on cloud, and you're able to demonstrate that, then it shouldn't be a problem at all, because there are those standards that have been put. I also wanted to add on the fragmentation in Africa. What I always say is, until Africa starts dating and courting the way a man courts a woman, then we'll continue being fragmented. Some of the qualities you look for in a woman is trust, patience, sacrifice. And until you get to that point where we trust each other, it's the only way we are going to, to unpack this fragmentation that we have. But also, as I close,
there was one other question about what Bank of Uganda is doing.
Yes.
On the issue
of
collaboration.
Of bringing, yes.
The first approach is be a part of this. Sit in here and hear your thoughts. Give you our thoughts and our expectations. And then the approach is we don't look at each other as a regulator and regulatee. Let's have open conversations. Some of them will be very tough, some of them very difficult, but have those conversations in terms of what you want to do. And I think for an industry in particular, especially when I see for the fintech industry in this country, the majority of applicants or those in the industry have never been subject to any form of regulation outside perhaps of the Company Act and filing annual returns and complying with URA. Okay? So it would help when if an environment is created where you can ask the regulator and say, look here, I need to understand what are your expectations. Invite us, ask us what are our expectations of the industry. Some of them might be realistic, others might be unrealistic, but let's begin having that conversation. So that's one of the things we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Innovation isn't always liked, ladies and gentlemen. And one thing that I think Dr. Ari has said is co-opetition. Moving beyond collaboration and co-opetition. And the reason why I say innovation isn't always liked, we must learn, adapt, and apply. So think about this. Taxis don't like Uber. Banks don't like Bitcoin. Hotels don't like Airbnb. Cinemas don't like Netflix. 9-to-5s don't like remote work. Publishers don't like ebooks. Retail stores don't like e-commerce. Television networks don't like YouTube. Traditional business don't like work from home policies. Private executive suites don't like co-working spaces. University and colleges don't like e-learning websites. Professors and lecturers don't like independent coaches and trainers. And maybe the local schemes don't even like international schemes, right? So innovation isn't always like. Once again, thank you very much, and thank you very much for listening to us. Asanteni sana.
Another round of applause to our regulator and our very able-bodied moderator, Frank. Can we also give him another round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of things that we can take for granted. But Frank, you ignited my mind to thinking when you talked about the different clusters of people that are probably not very comfortable with the others. And I imagined if this was a conference between taxis and body riders. First of all, the conference doesn't start. But also, even when it starts, it doesn't end. But for us, we are here and we are ably talking about a collaboration and partnerships. You talked about KYE, know your enemy. I think it was also very important for me. It's something that piqued my mind. Statistics show that every 10 people that you meet, 8 of them are potential thieves if given the right environment. They will steal. And only 2 of those, the 9th person, even when there is any opportunity, they will not steal. And the other one, for them, they have no clue that stealing exists. But the 8, look at your neighbor. 8 out of every 10 people are potential thieves if given the conducive environment. So ideally, Doctor, I agree with you. So it's very, very important that we look out at ourselves, but also especially when we get into the cyber security environment, when we get into the digital spaces, there is a belief that people are good. But once you are able to sort of like demarcate your environment closely, then you'll know how to treat it accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been pressed on time. We have about 2 sessions, which probably take about 40 minutes. I want us to move to our next part of the program, which is going to be moderated by Rosaline. Rosaline is a seasoned banker and leader with a wealth of experience spanning 19 years across key functions including technology, credit, data analytics, products, and digital transformation. She has led innovations and financing initiatives in the banking sector and corporate, but also working with our corporate clients, doing time to time with banking sector, and she has undergone major transformations that have disrupted both digitally through big data. Ladies and gentlemen, Rosaline is well-studied. She has an executive MBA from Warwick Business School, an MSc in computer science. She has another degree in physics and mathematics. Ladies and gentlemen, she's not here by mistake. Let's welcome Rosaline to come and moderate our next session. Rosaline Najuma is the country head transactions and banking and trade and finance, country lead and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to Rosaline. Rosaline is going to lead a discussion. When you look at our program, she's going to lead a conversation to do with collaboration for development, and she works with Standard Chartered Bank. Rosaline, once again, you're welcome. Feel free to now welcome your colleagues to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here to discuss the collaboration for growth. As a banker, I had some very hard questions being asked the bankers from the gentleman from Craft Silicon. We are very innovative, and that's why I'm very humbled and honored to chair this panel. I'll introduce the panelists, and I'm not going to give their bios so that we allow them to do justice to their bios. I'll start with Ms. Amani from the Gates Foundation. Please come up. And then Mr. Felix Okoboy, you're very welcome. Thank you very much. I'll request our panelists to introduce themselves. They both have a wealth of experience and knowledge. If I did it, I would not do it justice. So ladies first, I'll start with Amani. Over to you.
Let's see, is this on? Good afternoon, everyone. Amani Mbali is my name. I am a senior program officer with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I work within the Inclusive Financial Systems team, and I oversee our portfolio in East Africa. My primary areas of operation are Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. It's very nice to be with you today.
Yes, thank you very much, Amani. Mr. Okoboy.
Yeah, I'm not used to being called Mr. Okoboy. Felix is fine. Hello, I'm here as chair of ABI Finance. We are very passionate about this space, and we're one of the sponsors as well. So I chair the ABI board, both ABI Finance and ABI Development. I've been in the development space for some time. I chair the board of Uganda Development Bank as well, and of Britam Uganda. But my day-to-day work, I work as a consultant for agribusiness investing and impact investing in the region. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Felix. So we'll dive in. Collaboration. So when we talk collaboration, as a banker, my experience has been that actually the development organizations, the DFIs, the development financial institutions like ABI, understand the core of collaboration, whether it's horizontal or vertical. So, and I'll start with you, Felix. We've seen several collaboration trends in development organizations and DFIs, like I've mentioned. I'm going to request that you share with us the model that ABI uses. You can even expand it to other similar DFIs so that the people in the crowd can know, especially the fintechs, can get to know how they are able to pick from the collaborations from ABI. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. ABI, and in this specific case, ABI Finance, I want to separate it because ABI has two companies. One is ABI Development, which most people know as ABI Trust, and ABI Finance. So ABI Finance is the financing arm of ABI. ABI engages very specifically in the agribusiness sector. And ABI has positioned itself strategically as the champion for green growth, dealing with the varying effects of climate change through funding climate change adaptation primarily, but also mitigation, biodiversity conservation, etc. So we're big on the sustainability agenda as well. ABI Finance wholesales capital to banks, but also non-bank financial institutions, so private equity firms, impact investors, etc. In fact, most of the banks in this room have received support and funding from ABI over the years. So that's primarily how we engage. ABI receives a lot of capital and manages capital from different institutions. So traditionally CEDA, USAID, etc., but currently also the EU, the International Fund for Developing Countries, which is the Danish government's development finance arm, IFU, and the government of Denmark, so through RDE and Danida. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Felix. So what I'm hearing you say is ABI uses a sandwich approach to collaborate, where you have the donors come to ABI and then ABI does the onward lending through the commercial banks. Okay, thank you very much. I'll come to you, Amani. Please take us through how the Gates Foundation handles collaboration and what other trends you're seeing from similar organizations and donors.
Thank you, Rosalind. So the Inclusive Financial Systems team at the Gates Foundation takes a market systems development approach. That is to say, we look to provide support to levers within the financial system that amplify opportunity for all. So we typically support financial institutions or industry associations, think tanks that advance policy, that can advance industry thinking and action that will benefit the market. For example, we do fund Fitspa. We are one of Fitspa's donors, and we do that because we feel that with Fitspa's support, it's able to represent the fintech industry amongst yourselves, obviously, but also before the regulators of the market. So that is an example of the type of model that we adopt. Again, it's called a market systems development approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Amani, for that. I think what I would add on is then financial organizations or every organization that's part of Fitspa is also trying to use that approach, because as a bank, we do partner with Fitspa because we know the technologies that come out of the Fitspa members then help us to progress in the banking industry. I'll come back to you again, Amani. What are the barriers that you see to collaboration? And maybe we can put in the fintech aspect of it. Why do you think fintechs have struggled to get the right collaborations that they need? Again, to the gentleman's question from Craft Silicon, what could be the barriers?
So first, let me unpack collaboration. So as a donor, we collaborate with other donors, obviously. And as a donor, we also collaborate with implementing partners, such as Fitspa, for example. And I would say the key term or the key component of collaboration begins with cognizance. Cognizance means understanding the goals, objectives, barriers, etc., that your partner faces, or the person or the entity you're trying to collaborate with is facing. That's the first part. The second part is finding strategic alliance. What is it about your strategy and their strategy that aligns? This is very, very fundamental to collaboration. Again, whether we're talking about a donor-to-donor collaboration, whether we're talking about a donor-to-implementing partner collaboration, etc. If we find strategic alignment, therein lies the opportunity for us to collaborate. From there, we now determine how each party is providing a value proposition to the other. So we're all heading in the same direction. You bring one thing to the table, and I will bring the other. And together we will get there faster, more efficiently, in a more timely manner. And so I think collaboration requires these ingredients in order to be effectively implemented. I hope that speaks to generally what fintechs can also take from that, because that's a principle-based approach, and it applies to many forms of collaboration, not just to fintechs.
No, thank you. I think it's not just fintechs, it's everyone in the room. But I want to build on this, Felix, to ask, are we running a risk of over-concentration on areas of collaboration? For instance, when I look at, I'm a technology person and I love technology, but I find that most of the collaboration is going towards the fintech. Where are the agri-techs? Where are the insurtechs? do you think we are running a risk of over-concentration in particular areas, and how can we mitigate that? Because then, if you talk about sustainability, then we stop being sustainable when it comes to growth of some sectors that are not getting the right collaboration opportunities. Over to you, Felix.
Thanks, Rosalind. Very interesting question. Actually, I was talking to you about this earlier, and I was thinking it would be very nice if this was more of a tech event, because, of course, the financial institutions and the delivery of financial intermediaries in the room obviously are more interested in a fintech conference. But as an ecosystem, I agree with you completely. I mean, agri-techs, for example, and I can speak to that, agri-techs are entities that ABI is very passionate about supporting, simply because it is the ecosystem of fintechs, agri-techs, and insurtechs as well. ABI also provides guarantees to de-risk some of the financial products that we have. It's the ecosystem that provides a successful delivery. And yes, a lot of development capital goes towards fintechs. But agri-techs are kind of I was about to say the tip of the spear, but that has already been, expression has already been taken. Agri-techs provide that last mile delivery that in the agribusiness sector everyone needs. So yes, I agree with you. Development partners will have different focus areas, and sometimes in the agribusiness space, of course, we do rely on development partners that have specific focus areas as agribusiness. But I think when you just look at the different tech companies, I would say insurtechs, for example, don't get a lot of support. Agri-techs have entities that specifically focus on supporting not just their capital requirements, but also their governance, organizational stability requirements. And most of the support goes to fintechs. That is correct.
Yes, please make a comment, Amani.
I just want to complement that by saying I think that as donors, you can only invest in what you know about. And so that's the first thing. And I mentioned, in order to collaborate, we have to be aware. We have to be cognizant of the institution. So that's number one. So how is an agri-tech, an insurtech, a fintech making themselves known in the market? And that's number one. It's usually through performance. So high-level, high-performing institutions, or very promising institutions, or institutions that are providing really innovative business models, start to generate attention. So that's the first thing I want to say. And the second thing is, as a donor, you are not trying to put all your eggs in one basket. You actually do want to diversify the risk that is associated with making a grant or an investment in one institution. So we are, for example, at the Gates Foundation, interested in safe financial inclusion, relevant financial inclusion that reaches the last mile. Some people call that the first mile. Financial inclusion services that reach women. So we're not going to simply bank on one horse to get there. We can bank on many horses to get there, but the approach begins by understanding who is in the market, who is performing well, who is repeating what everybody else is doing, versus who's innovating and using, for example, data in a way that is innovative, that's intentional, that's gender transformational, etc. So I would say, in order to mitigate against, the term is over-concentration, meaning the development aid goes to one or two institutions, you really need to raise your profile so that you're getting the attention of regulators, of market stakeholders, of the Fitspas, of the FSDs, FSD Uganda, for example, and then you build your profile, and then you get the attention of donors. So that's another approach I'd like to submit for people's consideration. Thanks.
Yeah. Felix, please add.
Yeah. One of the points I would also like to make for the guys running fintechs in the room is many times when we provide support, most people the public is aware of that, of the financial support that we provide. But most of the times, you'll find the organizations that are supposed to receive this support, most of their issues are structural. They're not really capital issues. So, for example, you find the organizations that stand out, or the institutions and the fintechs in this particular instance, the ones that stand out are the ones that have good governance structures, where they have ethical leadership, for example. And it's not necessarily the ones that, because those tend to be the ones in the long term that survive as well. And so you'll find many institutions, ours as well, also have, since these are not directly revenue generating in the short term, we have facilities, business development facilities that actually work towards strengthening those structures in organizations that we want to support with capital. Because most people focus on, I lack an MIS system, for example. I lack, capital to do this. But many times the deficiencies we see that really will bring these organizations down are weak governance structures and ethical leadership. And that's really an area that I would advise most institutions and companies to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix. You've touched, and we're going to continue this conversation. I have just 2 more questions. So you kind of touched what I wanted to ask next, and that is the sustainability of collaborations, because we shall have most of these collaborations and it will stop on paper, or someone will receive funds and they move. Do we have frameworks or infrastructure for collaboration to actually achieve the growth that we are looking to achieve through collaborations? And maybe the other question, I don't know whether Ziana will be here to answer it, but is Fitspa looking at putting an infrastructure or framework in place that can allow for the collaborations to create sustainable businesses? It's a long question, but over to you.
I had touched on this earlier a bit. So fintechs, I look at them more as intermediaries. And I look at agri-techs as the boots on the ground in that regard. And I think that's why my initial comment was it would be nice to have, maybe not, to have more of the boots on the ground in a room like this as well, to just understand how do we collaborate across the chain as well. How do the fintechs help the agri-techs deliver and also onboard efficient insurtechs to de-risk what they're doing. So I think that a successful solution would require a more holistic approach, because the fintechs, when you work with fintechs are very, many fintechs are very fintech focused. And a lot of the engagements they collaborate, or they have a lot of collaboration or engagement across fintechs. And yet, one possible or one very needed collaboration would be to bring everyone in your space, all around efficient delivery in the room to find a solution that is holistic.
Thank you. I think I hear you saying that in addition to just having the fintechs and the agri-techs and whichever person is there, we also need to have a bit of policies, not really policies, but like working guidelines that help them to know who should be in the room, compliance, risk, enterprise risk management.
Governance structures for these organizations, because it is the make or break. That, in addition to sound management. Sound management is, I have found, has also been one of those key ingredients to sustainable, I would say, partnership with the donors, number one, but obviously it's also going to contribute to sustainability in performance and in operations, which is what distinguishes you and keeps you interesting to investors and donors alike. So I would say it's the quality of the people. We've talked a lot about AI in this morning session, but I think it is the quality of the management, the governance structure, who's behind the firm, How hungry are they to deliver a product and a service that really provides tangible value to its customers, so that the pathway to scale is evident and can be objectively measured. I think these are some of the key ingredients. So as a recap, I would say enabling environment is key to enable the market to flourish in the tech-enabled service delivery space. And then on top of that, who do you have inside the house that is managing the operations, the governance, the customer interactions, the user interface, all that comes with that, et cetera, I think is part of the key ingredients to sustainability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amani. I'll open it up for questions before we take parting shots from Amani and Felix. Any questions, any comments from the audience? Okay, so Felix and Amani, I think. Oh, there's someone. Mr. Gava, there's someone.
Thank you. A lot of good points there. I just wanted to check, in terms of collaboration, I think the talk is far ahead of the walk. And we should also consider what are the bottlenecks to collaboration. It could be simple things like KPIs for different individuals in different organizations. It could be, Amani talked about strategic alignment, but how that strategy is interpreted and implemented could also make a big difference in those strategic vision. Because as I think Dr. Titi was saying, not only think of the business model today, but if this business model gets disrupted, how are you going to create a new business model? So are you just milking the system you have now, or are you getting ready, future ready? So just some more elements into the very interesting discussion we're having.
Thank you very much for that addition. There's someone there. Okay.
There's also someone here, but they're a bit shy.
Oh, okay, we'll start with her.
Thank you. My question goes to the founders, ABI and Melinda Gates. You spoke of delivering, as a startup, you spoke of delivering and implementing the product to the market and ensuring that we provide tangible and valuable product to the community. However, there are some hindrances that we encounter when it comes to having a seamless implementation. For example, bureaucracy. How do we come about that?
Okay. So another hand, the other side. I thought you had changed your mind.
Thank you. So collaboration is the theme for this event. It means it's seen as indeed a strong contributor to market growth. Earlier, the regulator was asked, how can the regulator foster collaboration? And I think the panel here represents, in a way, the development partners. Being also in that space, one of the questions that we constantly ask ourselves is, what's our role in fostering collaborations as a way to accelerate markets? So I'd like to pick your mind on that.
They are over.
Okay, I think I'll hand it over to you, Amani, first to respond, then Felix.
Yes, thank you. So the first question was about how to overcome bureaucracy, and I'm going to make an assumption you're talking about the bureaucracy that's involved with perhaps registrations or getting products to market, et cetera. You know, that's the reason why we at the Gates Foundation provided a grant to Fitspa. It's so that Fitspa can advocate on behalf of the fintech industry with regulators and with the different parts of government to facilitate, streamline the licensing burdens, perhaps, let me put it that way, that you all are facing. So this is the type of, the type of grant we make, because we see it as unlocking potential for the whole market. So that's, so what I would say is, to make these experiences around bureaucracy, the constraints you're facing, clear to Fitspa, and work with them to unlock these barriers, not only for yourself, but also for other fintechs and tech-enabled service providers who are probably facing the same thing. You're not alone, certainly, and any bureaucracy that you face is probably faced by many. So I would say use your voice as a member of this community through your association to lobby for more, I would say, streamlined processes that enable you to serve this market effectively. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Amani. Felix, maybe you can answer the gentleman's question.
The question was, how do DFIs support or foster market development? Foster, sorry? Collaborations in the... the first one, which would be obvious, at least for us, would be a forum like this, which is another reason why we would not only sponsor it, but also come and speak on a panel as well, because it's at fora like this that ideas are exchanged. I was very happy to see the regulator in the room, and the foresight by Fitspa that they know that key stakeholders are needed to unlock collaboration. So that's one of the first things. But one key thing that DFIs do also, and sometimes not very noisily, and it may go undetected, is DFIs also work towards strengthening existing structures. So, and structures of institutions that can foster collaboration. And as my colleague said, Fitspa is a very good example. Sometimes what is needed to say unlock efficiency with the regulator, DFIs will fund that. So it may not be necessarily supporting the institution, say fintechs in this case directly, but providing support to the general environment that can unlock efficiencies in a specific sector as well. I mentioned a good example of how I mentioned that is how DFIs will fund governance in an institution while a financial institution might fund, say, working capital, and those are two different things. So some are more public and open than others, but all of those need to be unlocked for a system and a sector to work well. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just add on two things, and I'm going to wear a banker's hat. So DFIs, when it comes to access to affordable financing, usually support the commercial banks. They support us on the risk mitigation so that our risk appetite is increased, so we are able to extend funds that we wouldn't have done so if we didn't have the risk mitigant. The second thing they do is then the affordable, they bring cheaper funds, which then we are able to give at a much lower interest rate once we do the partnerships for the onward lending. So they do play that from a financing perspective.
To that. Yes, so just to give you a specific example, and of course I'll use ABI as an example. ABI has a loan guarantee scheme for agribusiness. So when banks provide loans in that particular sector, ABI will provide a guarantee mechanism that de-risks those loans, encouraging banks, of course, and other financial institutions to invest in that sector. So sometimes I like there was a previous gentleman here, Frank, I think, who was talking about fintechs being a speedboat and having efficient and speedy delivery. And it is good to envisage financial intermediaries as that delivery mechanism. And sometimes we want to fund a strategy that delivers that, whatever is in the speedboat, efficiently. A very good example, I would be remiss not to really, a fantastic example is how Standard Chartered, Rosalind's institution, had a very brilliant strategic foresight to fund Liverpool FC, and they can see the results for themselves, which are good. So thank you, Rosalind, for that.
Thank you, Felix. I see we have some Liverpool fans in the house. So I'll wrap up this session. Thank you so much for being attentive. Amani, in 1 minute, please give us your parting shots.
Well, I am very excited for the fintech industry in Uganda. I'm very hopeful that the regulatory momentum that we are observing in Uganda is going to give way to democratization of data that will unlock value for the MSMEs, for small-scale producers who are in the agricultural economy. We are very intrigued by what's happening in Uganda with regards to financial inclusion and its effect and ability to reach women. So Uganda is a market which I feel we are going to learn a lot from, and we will obviously continue our support to the fintech industry, including Fitspa, and to other market systems players that seek to unleash the benefits and the opportunities that that you all are providing this population. So I think it's all green lights, and we're looking forward to learning more from this market. Thanks.
Thank you. Any female-led fintechs? Please look for Amani after this. Felix, your parting shots.
Thank you. I think the one takeaway which has come from the room, which I also have, is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So fintechs, there was a question that are banks ready for innovation? And innovation will happen whether the banks are ready for it or not. And I think innovation is most of the time a very good thing for everybody. So I think fintechs are, and we do support them. Fintechs are here to stay. They will require and deserve all our support, because efficient delivery and a very, to use the word, agile delivery is good for everybody. It's good for everybody, and I don't think as I said, I don't think there's any way now for anybody to reverse that. So I encourage I would like, I am happy to see, and we are very happy to sponsor and support a collaborative environment like the one we see at this Fitspa conference, where we have the regulator here, fintechs here, banks, etc., because I think that will be the key to delivering what we all want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that wraps up our session. Thank you very much.
For the purposes of those that do not appreciate the 3 citizens or 2 citizens that are in front, this side is Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, so we want to appreciate, and the other side is ABI. So yes, I think now after telling you know that the club had to be bigger. You heard the board chairperson, Felix of ABI, say that we are happy to sponsor. Then you just continue looking. These are moments where clapping is important. So thank you very much. I'm going to request that we get a photo here. I am going to call Josephine Wava, please come and we have a picture. These are moments that we shall archive. Sometimes when you are going to the sponsor, you say, Felix, on this occasion, you said. So let's have a picture, and then we can maybe to move into our final session before we go for our lunch break. that's your full smile. Right, so thank you very much. So before we head out for our lunch break, we have just one more assignment, and I will be introducing that in a short while. But it's important for me to inform you that institutions like Fitspa survive on membership. And so for the non-members, allow me show you our platinum members at Fitspa, so that it encourages you to join the membership of Fitspa. In no particular order, allow me, once I talk about this institution and you're present, please stand up in the room. It will also ease or smoothen your collaboration process, as our theme for the 2 days is saying. Allow me to start with BPC. BPC, are they in the room? Our platinum members. Okay, let's give them a big clap in absentia. We have Equity Bank. Equity Bank, let's also give them a big round of applause. We have Velox. We have Velox. Let's also give them a big clap. Now these ones, I know they're in the room. We have New Grid. New Grid. People are clapping is not that one that is representing. Let's put some energy. I wanted to show you the CEO or founder of New Grid. Sumaya, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. KPMG. KPMG. Thank you very much. We have Pegasus. Let's clap for them. We have Wendy. Wendy by Post Bank. Thank you very much. And we have BDO. Now BDO, after lunch, because you are three, divide yourselves, one each row or column. So, but you can't all of you choose one column like this and all of you sit to that side. Then you say collaboration and partnership will work. It can't. Because others, those ends are asking what is BDO. You have to make sure that the partnership works. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session before our lunch break is a highlight of a study of the state of the Uganda's fintech industry. You will appreciate that a few years ago, we, as Fitspa, we conducted this study, and this was, I think, done by Deloitte. And so this is a follow-up to see what is the current status of the fintech space, and it is done by a KPMG. Allow me introduce Moses, who is an Associate Director of Technology Assurance Services at KPMG East Africa. Moses, you're welcome. Can I request we put our hands together to welcome him? Moses, your first assignment is to make me understand how to read your second name.
Thank you very much. Getting on with my first assignment. My name is Moses Kipchirchir. For those who are able to follow. Not that hard to pronounce. And as introduced, I am an associate director at KPMG. For those who don't know, KPMG is an audit, tax, and advisory firm. We are probably better known for audit, but we're also a huge advisory firm, and we offer a range of consulting services. And it's under that umbrella that Fitspa has engaged KPMG to carry out a study of the fintech, current state of the fintech ecosystem in Uganda. Without further ado, I'll take this opportunity to walk you through some of the findings that have come out of the review that we've carried out this year. So let me just check that that's moving. So as has been introduced, the first study was done in 2022, and this is a follow-up study now in 2024, looking at the current state. Some highlights from the study is we looked at some key informants who we interviewed to understand their perspectives, and that is Bank of Uganda, Digital Frontiers Association, the Financial Intelligence Authority, and of course Fitspa. Out of all the members of Fitspa, we were able to survey 28 fintech firms, the basis of which some of the findings that you'll see today have come from. Just to recognize the growth of Fitspa over the years, starting with 7 members in 2017 to 211 in 2024, it really does show the growth that we've seen in the sector over the last 7 or 8 years. What were the objectives of the study? We had 6 objectives for the study. The first one was analysis of the regulatory environment, and we will see some of the findings from that. Examination of the key trends and challenges. It's very interesting. The keynote speech we had this morning and the panels are really highlighting those key trends and challenges. Assessment of technological advances, especially from the keynote speech today. Those are the same findings that were coming from this review. And also evaluation of the fintech's role in financial inclusion and economic development, and identification of emerging business models. What kind of business models are we seeing from members? And finally, a comparative analysis with regional and global trends. So we'll see some of the numbers where we compare Uganda and some of the Africa economies, and probably globally. We'll start with some numbers where we compare Uganda in 2022 and 2024. And the headline message is we are growing, and there is a positive trajectory across all key metrics. Starting with the licensed fintechs, there has been a growth from 24 to 38. When we look at the number of mobile banking transactions, a 15% growth, and we're looking at 612 million. By the end of this year, it would be significantly higher than that, because these are the numbers as at March of 2024. Number of mobile money agents grown from 447,000 to 741,000. We have some other numbers, such as value of mobile money transactions, almost a 30% growth from 16.7 trillion shillings to 21.5 trillion shillings. Mobile use penetration, a slight growth of 9%, and the balance of customer accounts growing to 1.62 trillion shillings over the last 2 years. So in summary, we see that there is a positive growth, there is a positive trajectory. But there is still opportunity for growth, and that is evident when we look at a comparison of Uganda and some other economies in the region. That is Rwanda, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. And based on research we've done, based on available statistics, we see that there is opportunities for growth in funding. For example, Uganda received 2.6 million, while economies such as Kenya and Nigeria and South Sudan are really leading in this area. with significant fundings for their fintechs. Market capitalization, leaders in Nigeria and South Africa. We see Uganda at $4.6 billion. Again, an area that is growing. But a key metric that is very relevant to fintech, which is mobile phone penetration, which is really the agents for which we get to our customers. We are seeing South Africa, and those who would be concerned about the 195%, 118%, this is really the cellular mobile connections where you might have more than the number of citizens. And that's why South Africa and Kenya is at 118 and 195%. Uganda is at 67.7%. This really is an opportunity. Beyond the markets that you own right now, there is still a market to be tapped going into the future. And that means that there is huge promise in the industry. On internet penetration as well, Uganda at 27%. That means whatever efforts we do as a government, as stakeholders, to increase internet penetration will only tap in more customers for the fintechs that play in the sector. So these are opportunities given where we are, and there's really space for growth, looking at other economies and also the opportunities that exist within Uganda. What was some of the key trends that we saw based on the study? We found that the trends will be driven primarily by technology advancement. So technology will be driving trends, regulatory shift. They will see a lot of focus on regulation, and consumer behaviors really which guide the directions we take. And some of the trends, and these are not the only trends that we've seen, just echoing what we've had this morning, is partnerships and industry collaborations. The fintechs do not live in an island. They have to work with traditional banks. They have to work with telcos. So that is really a key trend that we are seeing that will spur growth. There is also mobile money evolution. We started mobile money, as you said, M-Pesa, as peer-to-peer transactions, sending money from one person to another. But we are now moving to providing loans, financial services, in providing insurance, creating a marketplace. So that is really what mobile money has become. And finally, digital lending and credit platforms, which are becoming tools that you can create tools that enable you to do proper risk management, use of artificial intelligence, to create credit risk scoring, and so on and so forth. So those are the key trends really that are going to be powering growth of the fintechs going into the future. What were some of the key challenges that we saw from our study? And the biggest challenge, just to look at top 4, was access to investment capital, based on the respondents that took the survey, which does seem continue to be an issue. And I think that is reflected by the funding that we see in comparison to other neighboring countries. There is also competition from larger players. We do have larger players and smaller players, and it is a challenge for smaller players who have raised this. Beyond that, on the regulatory issue, is there is a sense that there is high compliance costs. We work in the financial sector. You hold customers' money in trust, and there is compliance from across all areas. And the respondents are citing compliance as a high issue. And beyond that, also the process of licensing is lengthy and complex, based on 51% of the compliance of the respondents. When we compare that with EMA and globally, we sort of see the same themes. There is regulatory compliance. We do have a number of regulations which we will see shortly, but there is also regulations across the world. And the question around regulation is is innovation outpacing regulation, and how do we deal with that? There's also cybersecurity threats. Everything can come down crashing in a moment if we are not dealing with risk, which include cybersecurity, and investment and funding, which is coming out from our review as well. As part of our study of the regulatory framework, we do note that there are many regulations. Some of them we've shown here, such as the National Payments System Act, the Electronic Transaction Act. We have talked about the data protection regulation, which is now imposing obligations on institutions. So there is still regulation challenges, which introduces high compliance costs that you now have to consider as part of your costs for running business, licensing processes as well, which can be lengthy, and unfair competition from non-licensed players coming up as key regulatory challenges. But it is also recognized by fintechs in the sector that there are benefits to regulation. And if we can sum it up in one word, it is trust. And if you work in an environment where you do have controls and you put proper regulatory framework, then you have trust. That's where you will see funding coming in, because it is understood that there are systems and there are regulations in place. Some of the recommendations that we've seen from this study is acceleration of legal evolution, and that means as things change, the regulation should also follow and change, so that it's not stifling innovation and is also moving with the innovation. There is also considering adoption of regulatory sandboxes. Where is the place of experimentation and testing, or regulations where that works or not? And finally, regular law enhancements where we are able to respond with innovation, with proper regulation, with smart regulation going forward. Some of the key opportunities that we saw from the survey is partnership with traditional financial institutions being a key area for growth, leveraging of the advantages fintechs have with traditional banks and MNOs as well, digital payment solutions, expansion into regional markets. Some operate across East Africa, West Africa, and others. Also, expansion can be an area of growth, and investment in infrastructure and technology being key. When we look at elsewhere across the world, what are some of the opportunities? That is artificial intelligence and machine learning, and there could be applications in certain areas. We heard this morning about decentralized finance and blockchain, which is really what we will be seeing going forward, because it reduces cost, it increases trust, and really adoption of that will lead to growth. There's open banking and sustainability, which is now becoming a key requirement for investment. Impacts of technological advances. We looked at what kind of technologies we can have in place, what could be adopted going forward. Artificial intelligence, especially over the last 2 years, and certainly going into the future. Use of machine learning for credit scoring, for analyzing customer behaviors, recommending products, and so on and so forth, is something that we have to adopt. Blockchain, as I've said, 5G technology, which I think MNOs are leading the way. Cloud computing, and we've had discussions here on how we can adopt and what we need to do to be able to adopt, to move from having to make huge capital outlay to an operational expenditure model. And to ensure that we are successful in this in a sustainable manner, we still have to look at cybersecurity when adopting these technologies. What are some of the enablers of financial inclusion that we saw from our survey? Some major 3 enablers is digital wallets, payment systems, use enhanced mobile money services that we are able to provide beyond just sending and receiving money. You can also offer loans, you can offer other facilities, insurance and others. That is also part of a financial institution, and that level of integration is beneficial. There is also regulatory support and innovation. There is regulation to protect the customer, but also regulation should be in a way to support innovation as well. And then inclusive financial products, and those are products that are really tailored for all, that are tailored for all segments of the society. And that can be also be done through partnerships and collaborations. In conclusion, for the growth of the sector, we think that for the sector to grow, there is need to support mobile money and digital lending, where all sectors of the society are able to access lending through different platforms, bringing really the services to their customers where they are. There is need to facilitate efficient licensing processes, because this was a key theme that came out around the processes for licensing. So multi-sector approach to addressing and streamlining that will be crucial. And finally, looking for funding opportunities, increasing funding opportunities to allow innovation and to allow fintechs in the country to succeed. So that is a summary of the reports done by KPMG, a full report which contains much more insights than what I have presented today. Will be published by Fitspa, and we'll be looking forward to more engagements on this. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? You have a question?
I have 3 quick questions. The first is clarity on the number of agents. Was that just mobile money, or was that including bank agents? The second is in your study and in your analysis, Dave in the morning gave a good picture of where the market is moving. Do you have that idea of where the market is, the fintech, what the fintech landscape is in Uganda in terms of the new technologies? Do we have providers who are moving into fintech, who are providing support for AI beyond what we know with the digital lending, beyond what we know with the payments? Are we looking at players that are actually venturing into those spaces? The third one is about the conclusions you provided. The very first one was about growth or support for mobile money and digital lending. What exactly do you mean? What does that mean in practice in terms of, okay, mobile money, the regulations are there, there's support. What does that actually mean in terms of growing those spaces? Our fourth one, moderator, if you'll allow me. There was another point you made around challenges, and you talked about regulatory compliance. I didn't quite get what that was. You placed the NPS Act, but you didn't quite explain what the regulatory challenge or compliance was. And then you juxtaposed that with the next point talking about cybersecurity. So when you put the regulatory challenge and yet there's a very real risk of cybersecurity, the point didn't quite come out. Maybe you could provide some clarity there.
You made a comparison with the different countries in terms of funding, especially for fintechs and how they're operating. Did you find out some of the reasons why Uganda, actually even the previous study, were still very low? What is happening? Why aren't we attracting funding in our country?
My name is Timothy, and I'm actually working for BDO. We are auditors in cybersecurity. I had a gentleman up there talking about cybersecurity, and I just want to actually ask you kindly, can you try to be detailed when you talk about security? What exactly do you mean? What do you do for clients? Thank you so much.
I'm Jeremiah from Brighter Monday, and my question is definitely related to the human capital aspect. I hope that in the wider report, we will be able to see what all these advancements have meant for the human resources and the number of people either getting into the country or the number of people that are added into the fintech sector as employees. I know the only good news is that AI hasn't taken all our jobs, but yes, I hope we'll be able to see that from KPMG's report. Thank you.
So I think there has been cybersecurity has come in as a repeated theme across the number of questions, and generally the question is what is the impact of or what is the place of cybersecurity within fintech? I think what we were trying to say is when we are talking about fintech is we are delivering services to customers through technology. And with technology, there are going to be risks around it. And the biggest risk that you have to address will be the cybersecurity risk. And in very practical terms, it means that it's anything from that people who are unauthorized are able to access customer funds, leading to loss of funds, that your systems can be brought down out of denial of service attacks, and that really leads to loss of trust, loss of customer trust. So cybersecurity really poses a business continuity risk. It causes a trust risk for any fintech. And the fact that, it may not have happened doesn't mean that it will not happen. It could be that for a lot of fintechs, they are not a big enough target yet for criminals to take note. So from correlating from our study, what we saw is we do identify cybersecurity risk as a major risk. We haven't seen huge incidents that are notable. But it should be notable to see that the counterparts in the banking industry are already seeing those kinds of risks materializing. And that means if you're working in the fintech industry, you also need to take note as an area to look at. There was a question about why Uganda is not attracting funding. What is the reason? I think there could be many reasons, but I'd stick with the findings of this survey. Fintechs were actually telling us here that the licensing process is complex, it's lengthy. Yeah, that came out of these surveys. There are many regulations as well. As you see, you've got to comply with data privacy and all other regulations. But that also works the same in different industries. I think to that question, there could be, in different countries, there could be all manner of reasons, including the attractiveness of different markets. But to the extent that there is control around regulatory processes, the financial ecosystem, I think the opportunities that we have brought out in the report provide a clue or some of those barriers to growth. There was a question on who we surveyed. Our survey was, first we spoke to the key informants there, which is BOU, the 4 key informants, which if I can just go back a little bit, which is BOU, DFA, FIA, and Fitspa. But we also spoke to 28 fintech firms, which are mobile money providers and some agents as well. As you know, with the surveys, we really tried to reach as much as possible. And based on that, we got this feedback that we presented to you today. I don't know if I am missing a question. No, okay. But definitely we'll have the opportunity to interrogate the report in detail, which goes into who exactly we have addressed in our review. Some more specific recommendations that address the challenges that we've seen, and more feedback beyond the 3 bullet points that we've raised as a key challenges we've seen in the market.
I am going to request the chairperson, the board chairperson, Josephine, to come and officially launch the report. And then I am sure that we can be able to access this through the Fitspa website. Do we have any? So thank you very much. After lunch, we have 4 sessions, breakouts. The first session, which is going to be headed by Yo Uganda, is going to stay here in the main plenary. And then the breakout, headed by Innovation Village, will be in the Victoria Ballroom. So just write direct, you'll be able to access. And so at exactly 2, we expect that the moderators of these different sessions will be positioned, one for Yo Uganda right here, and then for Innovation Village Victoria Ballroom. And then from 3 to 4, we'll have the other 2 breakout sessions. MTN Momo will stay right here, and then the Uganda Insurance Association. Anything to do with insurance, I've been here in cyber, anything to do with risk, you'll move to the Victoria Ballroom. That is at exactly 3. Like I mentioned, towards our lunch, the first session that is going to be here is championed by Yo Uganda, and it is going to be focusing on the transformative power of partnerships, inclusion, belonging, and allyship in the tech industry and its impact on mental health. The breakout session that I mentioned that is in Victoria Ballroom, right directly as you move, the moment you get out of this room, you walk straight, the next thing you'll be in Victoria, is going to be Innovation Village. The discussion in the Innovation Village that is championed by Innovation Village is going to be focusing on building collaborative ecosystems, leveraging partnerships to enhance access to markets, financial services, and organizational strengthening. So I'll kindly request that we come a little bit close to the front 2 rows so we can start the discussion. I want to invite the team from Yo Uganda to come and officially start the discussion. The team from Yo Uganda is present. Can we give them a big round of applause?
We are going to dive straight into the discussions. But before that, I just wanted to introduce myself very quickly. My name is Lawrence Totime, and I'm the head of business for Yo Uganda Limited. And really happy and excited to be in the company of all of you. The theme for our discussion this afternoon, during this breakout session, as the MC ably said earlier on, is the transformative power of partnership, inclusion, belonging, and allyship in the tech industry and its impact on mental health. So once again, you're all welcome. I'd like to begin and call in the distinguished panel. I'd like to call on Brian Ongodia to join me on stage. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. And then the only lady amongst us, Felista Tumusime, should also come up. Please give a round of applause as well. And then finally, Alex Kateshumbwa should also join us on stage. Thank you. Please clap for him as he comes up. Thank you. So we want to dive straight into the discussions. Panel, you're welcome. Really nice to meet all of you. We'll just dive straight into the... I'd like to start with Brian. Brian, how important is allyship, especially from your experience, and also on an industry basis? How important is allyship in digital finance?
Thank you, Lawrence. My name is Brian Angodia. I work with Zeno Investment Management. We are an investment management company licensed and regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. We provide investment services to individuals, companies, retirement benefit schemes, and small groupings like investment clubs and circles. Yeah. So this conversation is really important to me because it speaks to the spirit of what we do and what we aim to do at the end of the day. So the importance of allyship in the digital finance space, I think we have to first look at what allyship means, yeah, for us to understand that its importance. So allyship, we are looking at, say, the support and advocacy of underserved populations. Yeah, in this case, the population may be the underbanked, the underinsured, the invested, the marginalized communities in society. So allyship in this case now, if you look at those aspects of advocacy, look at the aspect of inclusion, look at aspects of us learning about what actually these underserved populations are lacking, that entities through allyships can be able to help provide them financial services. If we can tie the conversation around that, yeah? So allyship in this case, you're going to look at how companies have come up and provided good leadership to these communities to bring them into the bracket of services that they are missing out because of their location, because of their gender, because of their disability, and any disadvantage or biases that we have. So allyships that we've seen in our society that have been able to bridge that gap between the underserved and the overserved, yeah, have been in place or implemented by companies through some of their CRS programs or some of their unique products like Women in Businesses for banks. So they've been able to bring in an aspect of inclusion, of diversity, yeah? And the biggest, I think, of them all as being especially to the female gender, that businesses have tried to do so much, yeah? women in technology, women in business. So that inclusion has been very important. And also some technology companies, I think like SecBorder, tried to do several years ago when they were trying to say, make it easier for refugees to get some of these jobs in ride sharing, yeah, to make it easy for them to come into the fold that they are not in. So any cooperation, any collaboration that is bringing the underserved population has been, I think, a merit to society as a whole, and you can put that to allyship. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Brian. So I think we'll move on also to Felista. We want to hear Felista's. Felista, can help us introduce yourself, and then also the key question to you is what role does inclusiveness play within the digital financial services space? I'm sure you're using obviously your company as a benchmark in itself, and then also industry-wide as well.
As Wakandi, we offer financial systems to SACCOs and microfinance institutions. So one of our biggest roles as Wakandi is to digitize the informal sector. So that means that we are looking for those people that we feel are not really, should I say, included within the digital finance space. So we go out there and try to bring them into our space. So one of the things personally I feel that digital finance inclusion has, okay, I would say we are kind of inclusive, though quite not, in a way that, yes, like 80% of the population, like in Uganda, has access to digital financial services, whether mobile money or bank apps or any other fintechs or platforms that have come up to kind of facilitate this access. However, we are not yet there. We are not yet there because most of us here who are working with fintechs will probably confirm this, that first and foremost, you being able to come up with a system that's able to serve the people is very, very expensive. So that way we take back this cost to the end user. Yeah. So you find that at the end of the day, these services become very, very expensive. And then you also find that people who are using, let's say, mobile money services and maybe agent banking services, they find them more expensive than those that may be using your bank straight up at the counter. So for me, I feel we still have so much work to do in trying to include everybody out there. So you find that there are some people that are still marginalized. For example, I would like to advocate for the women. Much as we think we are so educated and advanced, you're going to find that there are still some women who actually don't use the digital platform just because maybe due to the culture, the traditions that we have in our societies. So you find that this lady is going to probably get her salary and give it all to her husband, and she doesn't even have access to it on her mobile phone or through the banking app that we are talking about. And of course, not forgetting the risks in digitalizing some of these things, the risks and people not trusting the service. I don't know how many of us are very comfortable using our banking apps to transfer an amount of, let's say, 50 million to somebody else through the banking app. You would actually prefer to just say, you know what, let me give you a check, or let me write you an RTGS, something like that. Yeah, so that's it.
Those are very good points there, Phyllis, and I'm also glad that you work very closely with women as well. I don't know, do you feel we don't have enough women amongst us? Is there something we should work on in that department here?
Yes, I do. I feel like, man, I'm among gents.
So, audience, once again, I just want to remind us about the topic we are discussing. It's quite a broad topic, but the panel is more than able to work through it, and excited that we are all being attentive. The transformative power of partnership, inclusion, belonging, and allyship in the tech industry and its impact on mental health. So Alex, I also wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and tell us about your company as well and what you do. But the other aspect really is the ownership and the belonging aspect in terms of what your experience has been so far and what the stakeholders are saying and what impact they have if they take those aspects of running their companies and the entire industry well enough.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Kateshumbwa. I'm with Liquid Cloud and Cybersecurity. I can't speak about Liquid Cloud and Cybersecurity without speaking about a company called Cassava Technologies. Cassava Technologies is an integrated technology service provider. And under Cassava Technologies, we have about 5 different companies. The first one is Liquid Intelligent Technologies. That is the biggest fiber owning company in Africa. We have over 130,000 kilometers of fiber across the continent, from the north to the south, Egypt to South Africa, east to the west, from Kenya to the DRC. So under Liquid Intelligent Technologies, we offer wholesale carrier services, direct internet access. We also have satellite or VSAT services, and then also we offer home connections or retail connections. Under Cassava as well, we have a company called Africa Data Centers. This is an organization that sets up data centers across Africa. We have 2 data centers in South Africa, 1 in Kenya, 1 in Nigeria, and we're soon setting up one, I think, in Zambia. In these data centers, we have these cloud hyperscalers located. By cloud hyperscalers, I'm talking about organizations such as Microsoft, AWS, Oracle, Google. We have those landing zones in our data centers. And in those data centers as well, you can bring your infrastructure and you set it up there. These data centers are all tier 3 data centers, which means that they have geo-redundancy when it comes to power, when it comes to cooling, and or maybe even fire detection and gas separation systems. These data centers are ISO certified. These data centers are PCI DSS certified. We also have a company called Distributed Power Africa, and this deals in renewable energy. That is solar energy, that is solar-powered batteries, and anything that revolves around renewable energy. We also have a company called SasaiTech. SasaiTech has an app called Sasai app, which is a one-stop app for which is a one-stop app for quite a number of activities. This app offers chat services, it offers money remittance services, it offers ride-hailing services, it offers mobile wallets as well, and you can also use it for hosting podcasts and discussions. So instead of having about 5 different apps doing different things, and they are all siloed, you can actually use one app, which is a Sasai app, to have all these brought into the same environment. We, as Cassava Technologies, we also have a company called Transaction Payment Solutions, which is basically has been offering point-of-sale services since 1992, and we also have the Postilion switching system, which you can use, which can be used for card payments. That is a Visa, MasterCard, and any other solutions or offerings that are out there. Recently, we launched Cassava AI, which is concentrating on anything from strategy to application when it comes to AI. We are partners with Microsoft, we are partners with AWS and their AI offerings. We are partners with Palo Alto, which is a security organic company for their AI, and other various, about 3 or 4 other AI service providers. around. So the point of discussion is the stakeholders, and is it important for them to feel involved in the digital finance space? First, who are the stakeholders in this space? We have the consumers or the end users of whatever services that are being offered. We have the fintechs, who are very many in this environment. We as Liquid and as ASAI are also a fintech. We have the regulators, that's Bank of Uganda, the ministries, and NITA as well. We have technology service providers, such as us again, as Liquid, who are offering cloud services, cybersecurity services. So for all of these to make investments in the digital finance sector, we need to feel ownership. And this ownership allows us to invest, to bring in new solutions that may not be available to you, or to solutions that will push the innovation over the ecospace. Case in point, we as Liquid felt that as a stakeholder, we need to offer a platform for fintechs to access technology resources. Earlier on, they mentioned something about data sovereignty, data protection, whereby before you send information or you use a cloud that is not locally, a public cloud, you need to ensure that their data protection regulations are similar or much better than ours. But this is a bit hard to ascertain. So what we did as Liquid is we brought in what we call an Azure Stack, which is an instance of the public cloud, but it is based or it is located here in Uganda. So if someone had the thought of utilizing the public Microsoft Azure cloud, but you can't because of data residency or data protection, we as Liquid have brought in this for you. So this is going to offer better innovation. It's going to offer quicker to market times. And we are making that investment because we feel that as a stakeholder, we have a say. Again, when we have stakeholders who feel that they have a say in this digital space, case in point, the clients or the consumers, we have a quicker adoption of these services. When some time back, when mobile money had just come in, the biggest service providers of mobile money services couldn't allow transactions between their networks. But when the customers spoke out, when we, the clients, made our voices heard, now transactions between the mobile money service providers are seamless, and also they are cheaper. So it is important for service providers, it is important for stakeholders in this digital finance space to feel that they have a stake. Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Alex, for those key points. Brian, I want to come to you, but I want to take a deeper dive into the partnership aspects of our chat this afternoon. Clearly, even from the earlier presentations from KPMG and the earlier chat on collaborations as well, it just dawned on me all the more strongly, and this has been as a result of a lot of experience within the industry, that without partnerships and collaborations and so forth, we can't really do much, especially in terms of deployment in the last mile. So I just want you to give us maybe a deeper dive into what you've seen within the partnerships, sector within the digital financial services space in Uganda, and then probably globally as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Lawrence. I believe we've all been beneficiaries of these collaborations and partnerships in the digital financial space. And the best example is the product that has now been carved out of the telecom business, that is mobile money. Yeah, from MTN, from Airtel, and that has been able to help us make seamless payments, seamless transactions, save seamlessly, invest seamlessly, because there's been a collaboration between the payments or the telecoms that have the infrastructure, that have the reach, and the banks, the traditional banks, the investment companies, the insurance companies that have the product and the idea, have been able to come together and be able to bring out the best of both worlds. Yeah? Just paying for water has become very easy. Paying your electricity bill has become very easy. Where previously you had to go to the branch, the bank, to make the payments, you can just do it on the phone. You don't need the internet. That is what collaboration has done for us, the partnerships between these different entities. We've seen partnerships with FSDU, yeah, and the different regulators, the BAU, the CMA, and others. Yeah, they've been able to bring awareness, yeah, that has been able to influence, implement regulations that can be made easier to understand, first of all, and easy for us to now develop products that can reach the masses. That is all, those are all fruits of partnerships and collaborations. We've seen in the global space, Visa, you can make a payment out of the country using your Visa, yeah, or MasterCard card, because of those collaborations between the payments service providers and the different financial institutions. Alex here has been telling us about Liquid Telecom and all they do, but they are able to do that with partnerships, yeah? And you look at the different integrators in the market that have made life very easy for us, yeah? That is all because of partnerships. So I believe partnerships have been very important. They've been able to help companies scale, expand new markets. They've been able to help build innovation, innovative products. Our product development teams, I think, have been having the time of their lives for the past several years because of the partnerships that we've been able to foster. Yeah? And I think the most important thing is what partnerships and allyships and all this inclusion in the digital financial space has been able to help us with is to provide these services to the underserved segments of the market, the disadvantaged. People in the villages are able to make transactions. They're able to receive money. That is all because of these partnerships. I believe they've been very great, and if only the environment can be made easier for us to be able to build these partnerships further, leverage the advantages that the different parties into the partnerships can be able to do the very best they can from their research and development teams, and also help us on the regulatory angle. Because without partnering with our regulators, it will be very hard for us to comply with so many regulations. We see regulators are being increasingly working on the mandates for which they were set up on. You see the FIA knocking around the corner, and I believe anyone in the digital financial space has probably received an email from the FIA. So if we don't collaborate with the regulators themselves, we would not be able to understand the regulations, interpret them the right way for us to work in these partnerships. Because this happens locally, it happens globally, because it's all the same thing, to make it easy to access these services. Yeah, from especially those who can easily access the internet to those who have future phones and can only use USSD. Yeah? I think USSD has been the best innovation, if you tell me, if you ask me, yeah, that we've had in the market. You don't need the internet, yeah? And we can be able to provide these services. For instance, Zeno, as the investment management company, we have a USSD a loop that can help people without the internet be able to save, yeah, get professional investment management advice, yeah, and be able to invest into things they never thought they would dream of by using the USSD partnerships we have, rather the partnerships we have with MTN, the one we're building with Airtel, and that has helped us expand greatly into the different parts of the country without marketing so much, yeah. So I believe the partnerships are very great for us in especially market penetration, in the creating new market segments, and also be able to provide an inclusive financial service to members of the population. And I believe this happens to all those who have leveraged the partnerships they have made with the different players in all markets, all corners of the world, really. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Brian. I think that those are some very key, insights that you've shared. And I'd like to also sound it out to all of us to be, more involved in collaborations and partnerships, because that's really the way to go.
Maybe before I go,
sure.
Just one last bit on that. Yeah. I think we are all competitors in so many spaces, and sometimes we don't have to just compete. We can partner and be able to build something better. Thanks.
I second that point totally. So I want to move to Felista. Felista, so still back to the discussion on the inclusiveness, bit, really exciting for me, because one of the things we also do at YO is to deploy some of our solutions in the last mile, and we look at various categories within the last mile, like women, like youth, and so forth. I'm just wondering what strategies have worked for you in your experience to build more inclusiveness within the digital financial services space in Uganda.
Okay, thank you. So, in my experience, I think the biggest and most trusted strategy would be partnerships and collaboration, because we should all accept the fact that you can't be good at everything. There is no way a system can be good at payments, be good at sending messages, be good at collections, be good at probably sending alerts to customers, all that. And if you are going to actually come up with such a digital platform, then it's going to cost you so much money. So one of the strategies is to make sure that you partner with a certain, for example, maybe us partnering with, let's say, YO Uganda, to send out messages to our clients who have enrolled on our platform. So that way we end up giving this client an affordable system that is cheaper for them, that is and efficient, because it's not all relying on me as the service provider. And then you also find that some of the others, like because you're partnering, you actually you bring out a very good product into the market, and one that is actually trustworthy. For example, when you're integrating your platform, let's say with Liquid Telecom's cybersecurity system, you find that when your customers are going to actually trust the service that you're offering, because they'll believe that your system is safe. Yeah, I do not know how many of us, and I say this with so much respect, I do not know how many of us are out there that we complain so much about losing money to certain, I'm sorry, I'm not going to mention, to certain service providers, yeah? And then you find that someone is now failing to use the digital platforms just because they are not trusting the platforms that they are using. And then, of course, the other thing is to actually educate people. There are so many people out there that do not know the advantages and how far these digital platforms can go. People don't have this information. So when I joined Wakandi, I didn't know that there is a person out there who doesn't even know how to use USSD. And I'm like, what? How can this even happen? So people out there need this information. Financial literacy is very, very key to the people that we serve. So so you find that we take some of these things for granted, but actually they are very, very important. There are people out there who don't even know how to use a computer. So if someone doesn't know how to use a computer, how do you expect them to actually use, let's say, for example, an app from a bank? They will not know even where to start from. So I think if we really took this up and really partnered and collaborated amongst ourselves, because I think some of us feel like we are too, for lack of a better word, too big in the market. So we don't want to partner with, let's say, for example, startup fintechs or startup companies. And yet sometimes you find that if you collaborated with some of these people, they would really support you to make your product more visible and be better out there. And then also probably another issue, still I'll come up with the issue of us, like my colleague said, Brian, the issue of us actually working together with the regulators. It's very, very important, because these regulations are here, much as sometimes we feel that they're so frustrating. If at all anyone in this room has gone through the process of being licensed as a PSO, I think you know what it means. And BOU, I'm really sorry, I say this with so much love, but it is not that easy, yeah? So if we work together with these regulators, because by the time they actually license you as a PSO, there are so many things you've gone through, there are so many criteria that you need to put in place as a company for you to be able to reach that bar. So, and doing this, of course, it also brings about trust within the communities, and they believe that since Bank of Uganda is with these guys, my money is safe if at all you are a payment system provider, or in case you're a mediator, or the people will actually trust you and use your platform very well. I think for me, those are some of the biggest strategies that I would use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felista. And I really like the way you connected the work on inclusiveness to partnerships, into allyships. I think that clearly a lot of work, also needs to be done in that area to make sure, the partnerships are being forged for the greater good of all. So Alex, I wanted to bounce back to you and, find out from you, really, what are some of the things that have been hindering us from partnering and from allying? I mean, I feel that, when Felista was speaking, I could tell there's a lot of, people feel big, others feel small, and that kind of thing. So I don't know, are there any other hindrances that you've seen in your experience?
Yeah, I know I'm going to shoot myself in the foot with this one, but I think it will drive the message home better. Before we came on the panel, I think I shared that outside the road that goes to where I stay, there are about 7 poles of 7 different home internet service providers. And so, and the question was, why do we have 7 poles, yet we can actually use one infrastructure to offer or to deliver the same product, maybe, but subscribing to a different service, to a service provider of choice. So this problem doesn't exist in only retail or home internet service providers, but it is a problem that also exists in the digital finance space, whereby organizations which think that they are offering conflicting solutions will not partner. There was a time when the telcos moved into mobile money services, and the financial organizations were not really happy with that because of because they felt they were giving conflicting services. But once they realized that they can actually complement each other, that's when the partnerships started happening. So the idea that we're offering conflicting services is one of the reasons that is hindering these beneficial partnerships. Then something else that comes to mind, remember a scenario where there was a local company that wanted to partner with another company in Nigeria and another in South Africa. And one of the requirements that those organizations asked for from the local company here was some user information. Now, because of personal identity information, that those details could not be sent outside our boundaries. And because of that, that deal collapsed. So our regulatory limitations that are really, really hindering partnerships. Regulatory limitations such as you don't put information on the public cloud, things like that. And that really is affecting us. Then another issue is, as Felista mentioned, some people are big, some people are small. Yeah, that is also hindering partnerships. Liquid is a Microsoft Gold partner. Liquid is an AWS partner, and Liquid is a Google Cloud partner. But to get those partnerships, you need to invest a certain amount of money or commit to spending a certain amount of money. You need to commit to training a certain amount of resources to a particular level. And you also need to have a certain size of footprint before you get to a particular level. So there are organizations that don't have that capability. There are organizations that don't have that weight or size. And because of that, you might find that company X is interested in being a partner with company Y, but because they don't have that kind of resources to invest, that partnership won't happen. So off my head, the regulations, resources, and competing interests, those are what I can come up with at the moment on what is hindering partnerships.
Thanks very much, Alex, for that submission. Brian, I wanted to come to you. Again, we are a bit hard-pressed on time. So I'd like to say that maybe we spend about 2 to 3 minutes to answer our questions, just so that we can touch base with as many of the questions as possible. So, Brian, looking at the mental health aspects, because this is quite a broad topic, and the last parts of it really talks about mental health. Have you had any? Do you know of any inkling in terms of how, for example, we spending a lot of time trying to build these partnerships, and sometimes they're not working? I remember some of the earlier partnerships that I worked on, and the many challenges that I faced, mental health wise, and that kind of thing. I don't know if you have any inkling in that area that you can also share with us.
I have a personal story for that. Remember our very first partnership, if you live around, of course, with the regulator and the other service providers in our ecosystem. It was a distribution partnership, and it took us about 1 month and 1 year and about 4 months to close. 1 year and about 4 months of burning resources, 1 year, 4 months of people having sleepless nights, 1 year, 4 months of following up on the partner, the contacts we're having, 1 year, 4 months of, unfortunately, the head of the entity being bounced from Uganda by the president. Yeah. So it takes a toll, especially if you're a founder. Yeah. Especially if you're a developer. Guys, we have to thank our developers. Those guys are geniuses. Yeah. Those guys spend sleepless nights. Those who don't interact with them, you don't know what they go through. Yeah. But those guys are geniuses. Yeah. We have to thank our relationships managers. Those guys taking a lot. Yeah. So the toll that building partnerships, sustaining them, yeah, improving on them, and making them beneficial to both parties in the agreement takes on the individuals involved, is immense. Yes, there are positive aspects to it, which is fantastic, but the one that is never spoken of is the negative aspect, and that is on mental health. There is burnout. Yeah, you're working long hours, you have tight deadlines. Yeah, guys used to work in the middle of the night. Yeah, you wake up and guys on Teams collaborating with the partner. How should we change this? We tried doing this, it has failed. In the middle of the night, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Yeah, yet during the day, the other teams need them to fix something, certain feature that is not working. Clients are complaining. Yeah, so it takes a huge, huge mental burden to work on that. Guys literally get depressed. Yeah, the burnout is crazy. Yeah, anyone was, I think we've faced that. Many of us were here. Yeah, the anxiety that comes with it. Yeah, we've finished this, now we're taking it, we are going to demo, and something breaks down on our side. That has happened to us a few times. Yeah, you've worked on the thing, you've assured the partner, everything is Missouri. You go, the thing breaks down. Yeah, what do you say? Yeah, so imagine all that. Yeah, and especially sustaining that while the regulatory pressures are also there. Yeah, it's not easy. The mental health toll is immense. And that is something, unfortunately, that is not spoken of enough, especially in the digital space, digital financial space. Yeah. I hope we've all put mitigants in place to help our colleagues who are having such a hard time and they are in these positions to do this. At our side, we have, yeah, first of all, at Zeno, everyone has mandatory leave. Yeah, whether you feel you're still a superstar, you have the capacity to go on, you have to go and leave. Yeah? I believe that is something that many other entities should also take. Let it be mandatory. Guys take sleepless nights. Yeah, for those who are still using the hybrid system of work, guys put in a lot more hours when they're working remotely than when they're working at home. Leave alone the benefit it comes for them when they can be able to do their side gigs and all. Yeah, but imagine receiving an email at 8 p.m. I think many of us have received them from our bosses, yeah, our colleagues. Yeah, so getting that, lacking that work-life balance, I think has been a negative aspect of a lot of the work we do, especially in the digital space. You have to keep systems working. Yeah, when they break down, a customer is going to fire at the client success team. Customers are going to throw all sorts of insults to the guys who are picking up the phone calls, who are responding to the socials, yeah, who are responding to emails. Yeah, it comes with a mental toll. Yeah, guys in customer relationship people, I don't know how you guys are brought up, but man, you guys are so superstars. Because all the insults you get from clients, yeah, that takes a toll. I've spoken to a colleague who was, who almost had it for the day. Yeah, but you have to keep going. Unfortunately, those are the perils that come with this kind of work we do, but we never talk about it. I hope we do talk about it a lot more. Thank you.
That's a very great submission there, Brian. Yeah, and yeah, we need to talk more about it, but one question I have is that who do we talk about it to? Because your boss is expecting you to, remain a superstar right from the beginning, all the way. So, yeah, it's something we need to think about. And
yeah, maybe just on that, there could be work sessions, in-house work sessions, yeah, where you get to relax, be able to bring in, these guys who work at night, they don't often interface with the rest of the teams, so they can feel isolated. The engineers, yeah, I always call those guys geniuses, but even those who are extroverted end up being introverted because they're working in their small cocoons, crazy hours, they don't interact with the rest of the teams, so they feel like they're in a different sort of world and they may probably get left out. Yeah, So if we can bring them in the fold a lot more often, yeah, it would be very helpful to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I want to go to Felista, maybe 2 minutes max for the two of you, even as we begin to wind up for questions and answers as well. So Felista, on the flip side, you know, he has, to every matter there are two sides of the coin, really. So on the flip side, what has been your experience in terms of when partnerships work? You know, do they impact positively on our mental health? What has been your experience in the field? Yeah.
First and foremost, I would say Fintech work is really very stressful, very, very stressful. Due to the targets that you find that, I'm sure most of us who work in fintechs, you probably have a screen that's in front of you that keeps on calculating how many transactions, how many customers, how many, and then you have someone who is screaming in your ear, the numbers are not growing, the numbers are not moving. Oh my God, it is so, so, so stressful. But I believe one thing is reasons why partnerships sometimes don't really work very well is because we do not actually prepare very well at the initial stages when you're starting these partnerships. So if I know, like, you do not know who is in charge of what, who is supposed to do what. So at the end of the day, when let me say when the money starts coming in or transactions are coming in, then yeah, then people start to change. However, I feel if the partnerships are really very good partnerships, you set the goals from the word go. Everybody knows what's expected of them from the beginning, and you're bringing on a partner who actually understands the kind of work that you're doing and what they're supposed to deliver to you. Let's say if it's someone to do with finance, if it's someone who's going to finance your project, then they should know that this is what I'm supposed to do. Then definitely that is going to ease your role, because imagine if, like Brian said, if your role is to probably maybe market your system, and then you have someone who is probably bringing in the money, you have someone who is doing the development, I don't really see why you're carrying the whole baggage just by yourself. And what is so unfortunate is that in most cases you find that it's just only one person, let's say the founder or the MD, who is actually carrying this baggage of the whole company. That's why sometimes it's really, they get burnt out. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So Alex, I wanted to end with you and you know, open the floor for questions and answers to make it as interactive as possible. So Alex, I wanted you to hone in more with regards to the employees. I mean, Brian spoke about certain aspects of it, but what does the absence of these partnerships and relationships, you know, have on the mental health and capacity of, you know, we as employees? I mean, you guys are managers and top bosses, you know, but I'm also looking at it from the employees' perspective as well. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to give about 2 scenarios or 3. Brian is coming up with a new product, and unfortunately he needs to invest in more resources to support that application. Probably he needs to buy new servers, but he doesn't have the money. Yet if he had a partnership with an investor, possibly he could get the money. Well, maybe he has the money, but he needs to wait for 3 months for that hardware to arrive. But if he had a partnership with Liquid Telecom, and he knows that they are cloud service providers, all he would do is put in a request, and in 30 minutes he has the resources he needs. But because he may not be aware of that, Brian will work longer, Brian will be stressed, Brian will have anxiety, and all that affects his mental health or mental state. Felista is trying to digitize circles, try to digitize MFIs, which means that there will be information that is stored on information systems. During the presentation by KPMG about the state of the digital finance sector, one of the areas they pointed out that was lacking is cybersecurity. One of the cybersecurity is a risk area. So as Felista is digitizing the circle's information and systems, there's the issue of cybersecurity, which means that possibly she needs to invest in a cybersecurity resource, or I don't know, do something. But because of the partnership that she knows she has with the technology service providers like Liquid, who offer cybersecurity solutions, who offer cybersecurity governance and strategy guidance. We offer cyber risk assurance services, or we also offer managed cybersecurity services. She will not sleep. She will not leave office because that is an issue that she needs to sort out. So without these partnerships, without knowledge of what our partners offer, or without knowing who we need for a certain solution, we stay longer in office, we are burnt out, we are stressed, we have poor job satisfaction, and that really affects our mental health. So without this, and that is why these partnerships are very, very important in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Alex, and thank you very much, panel. I wanted to now extend it to the audience as well. Maybe a couple of questions, and then we shall bring the discussion to a close. Yes. Can we have the mic, please? Right behind you. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Gerald Begumisa. I'm the managing director and founder of Yo Uganda Limited. So I work very closely with my colleague Lawrence here. And mine really is to extend, first of all, to extend a vote of thanks for everyone who has attended this session. This is a huge number. I know we've split between this session and another one, so I'm really happy that everyone came here. Also, a big thanks to the panelists for this wonderful submission. I've really enjoyed every single moment of everything that has been shared. And I should mention that the mental health aspect is something that I really ensured we should add to this discussion, because previously the mental health aspect wasn't there, and I say this is something that has to be added, because speaking as a founder, there's a lot that founders go through, which is, just like Brian said, is not spoken about, but it's real, it's quite real. Whether it is regulation you're dealing with, whether it is compliance aspects, and then a huge one is cybersecurity. I don't know if anyone here would identify with, for example, me personally. You don't want to be getting a call at 10:30 p.m. or 11 p.m. and the first words you hear is something seems to be going on. If you've ever experienced that, that can be quite a stressful situation. Well, my take that I should just add to Brian's submission is that what I've found quite interesting is that it helps a lot when you actually do speak to some of your competitors. It's an extremely complicated type of thing, because on one hand, you're competing. So you're fighting for the same customers, you'll knock heads. But on the other hand, there are certain things where you're both affected in the same way, whether it is an opinion about a new regulation that is coming out, or whether it is something to do with a collaboration with a partner and you're facing the same things. It's quite interesting that it's very relieving to be able to even share the same frustrations. But why I say it is complicated is that you both need to understand that when it comes to business, I know for sure that this partner will not cut me any slack when it comes to pitching to customers and so on. But at the same time, it's very helpful and it's very, should I say, therapeutic to be able to speak to competitors and know that actually there are people who are facing similar things, and that if you actually put your heads together, you would come up with a solution that would solve a problem for all of you. So I think the default that a lot of us think about is that we should be in competition 100%, but there are some aspects where where collaboration actually helps better. And examples I gave are, you have a common partner for whom you're facing the same issues, or you have a regulator for whom you're facing similar issues as well. So that's really my 2 minutes. Thank you very much to everyone, and I really appreciate your coming.
A mightier hand clap for Gerald, please. He's my employer, I beg you. Very important. Gerald, I wasn't aware the mental health issues cut across. I thought it was just us, the employees, who...
Thank you so much for this great session. So as a member of the Fitspa board, what else do you think we should be thinking about to support you, the fintechs who are members of the association?
So
the question is to everyone on the panel.
Yes. I'll let Felisa, you want to give it a shot? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think one of the things that Fitspa can help us do to support us, especially in that regard of mental health, is to create groups for us. Like, yes, we have a Fitspa group, but within the Fitspa group, there should be like, should I say semi-groups, for example, maybe for the CEOs in fintechs who can meet maybe once a month or wherever, and then they discuss the things that are going on in their space. Maybe there are the groups of, let's say, because even compliance, it's crazy in a fintech company. And we have those groups that, like, for the different, let's say, the different departments within the fintech space. And we have those groups where we can go and share, and then we get to know how maybe certain, how someone has dealt with a certain thing that's going on with us, something like that. I think it would be really great.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Caroline from FSD Uganda. Thank you, Brian, for sharing your story. I was just seated here thinking and reflecting on the developers that I have come across. And indeed, they are introverts all the time. That's what we think, because that's the nature of their job has made them become like that. So even when you watch movies, the creepy people are the tech people. So that should be a reflection to show that it is really tight in there. So I'm just wondering, since you have experience at Zeno, are there some specific initiatives that you have prescribed or tried to support the developers, to get them out of their box, so to say, to collaborate internally and externally? Even when we check here right now, you will find that when there are parties, when there are launches, the developers stay behind, right? They are not here, where we get to speak to other people and go for lunch, or we are launching, they always remain behind. So what are some of the things that you have done internally at Zeno, since you've identified this problem, to actually support that specific group? And also to support, her response to the Fintech Association. I think it's one group that has to be really given attention. When we are talking about groups, let's have that group as well and throw some parties for them maybe. Yeah, so that it can be helpful. Thank you so much.
FSD is funding the parties.
Thank you very much. First of all,
yeah.
I think...
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists and Lawrence, the moderator. My name is Basil Tushabe Basil. I work with an organization called Communication for Development Foundation Uganda, CDFU. I'm happy that the conversation around mental health and also increasing partnership between companies, so that we see, whereas you may be competitors, but the opportunities for collaboration. And the issue of mental health, I think, is a very big topic that is coming up. And I think it's important that the partnerships and collaboration look at opportunities of working together on this and working with the specialized services in the industry that can offer like mental health services to our people and staff. And like CDFU, we offer a call center that provides this kind of services. So I think when we look at different professionals and different partners, it helps us to work together and improve our services and also our sector. And thanks for the invitation, you, for inviting me to come as a special guest on this. Thank you.
So I'll just have Brian react and maybe a few pattern shots, and then we'll be done. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just the gentleman over there. I think Fitspa asked what they can do to help us collaboration with that gentleman's team. I think it could be very helpful for the rest of the members. Yeah. So on what we as Zeno have done, we've, first of all, just as a disclaimer, this is still a work in progress, even for us. And as we all know, mental health previously has always been considered as something of an outlier. People can call you very lazy, you're not up to the task, yet your mental state is declining. Yeah? But as we've gotten more aware of what we are going through as individuals, as employees, as employers, as founders, we've gotten to realize that it's a very big and complex issue at hand. But a couple of things that my team has done. One is we instituted mandatory leave. Everyone must go on leave. Yeah? You must spend your leave days in the year. Whether you're the CTO, whether you're the head of something, you must go. Yeah? So that you can go and relax. We are not going to reach out to you, even if things are bad, unless it's the existential anyway. Yeah? The other is we include all members of our teams into participating in industry-related events, whether it's Fitspa, whether it's the CMA, UBRAM. We get participation from them. We sort of have a very inclusive environment, even as we are developing strategy, and it does not include engineering or technology. They all participate because they all have takes on everything we do. Yeah. So even when we organize, say, drink ups to get together, they are all invited. They are always there. Yeah. We get that evening or late afternoon to evening, and everyone is included. Yeah. All members of the team, all departments, we all participate. It is not much, but it helps bring guys together. People get to know themselves as employees of the same entity. People share the same passions and the likes. Yeah. The other is we usually have some breakout sessions for the different teams where we get to meet, discuss things, whether it's strategy or issues related with the organization, issues we are facing, different departments. Yeah. And we noticed that inclusiveness of everyone, yeah, in some sort of brainstorming of the issues, the decision making, the solution, is helping calm down people, because there's some issues people is causing their mental health, and is not necessarily related to the department, yeah, but just the nature of work. They don't see their colleagues, they don't know them, yeah, they are so isolated, yeah. It could even be familial, yeah, it's private, but you have very close friends, yeah, who have transcended the boundaries of just plain colleagues at work, yeah, and you get to see that people get to interact a lot more, they get to relax, you get to advise one another, yeah. Those are just some of the things we're doing, as well as thinking of what more we can do. Like I said, this is a work in progress. We also don't have the solutions for all. That's why we are very happy if Fitspa partners with the gentleman who contributed there in the service they provide, and we see how that can also be used to help all of us in the industry. Maybe just one final thing to Fitspa. You asked how you can help us. I think we've had several events where you were talking about cybersecurity and the likes. That is it's not an event. It should be a continuous thing. where we could bring brains together, see what is affecting this part of the industry and the other, because we are all members, and we could use this support, really. Thank you.
So 30 seconds parting shots, just 30 seconds from Felista and Alex as well.
I've learned a lot on this panel, and I hope that we can at least collaborate now and partner with all of you. Thank you.
Right. We are always stronger together. Partnerships are the way to go. There are some things that we can do that better than the other, and there are some things the other person or company can do better than us. So Fitspa has given us a platform where we can get to meet different organizations that offer different services. Let's utilize this and let's get the best out of it for both our company's performances and also for the better mental health of our employees. Brian, you mentioned something about cybersecurity. Please talk to me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. We are very grateful. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request we give the team led by Yo Uganda another big round of applause. The gentleman from Zeno said that everyone has mandatory leave, which I found very interesting. I want to tell you that the era which we are in, many of us are Yirivists. People who are not Ugandans ask Ugandans what Yiriving means. And so that means that when someone takes their leave, then they will go to the poultry farm and then figure out that the chicken are not giving birth to the eggs, or the eggs are being stolen. So it's called from bad to worse. So before you know it, their mental health is also not necessarily yielding. And of course, for some of them who are probably single, they go back home and there's nothing to do home. So it even worsens. So probably you want to leave them more in office. But I think these are conversations we can continue harnessing. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go for our final session, I wanted to borrow 5 minutes of your time. I'm going to request everyone outside this hall to come inside. I wanted to ask to borrow 5 minutes. We have a doctor, a specialist, and from CK Uganda. Dr. Miriam, I saw you around. Dr. Miriam Mutero. Yes, can we give her a big clap? Dr. Miriam, they can't be talking about mental health. Then you choose to sit behind the class. You have to be at the center of this conversation. I want to give you just 3 minutes, just to share a word or two. Probably the other side. Here, men only can navigate. They've put. The other time we were climbing as men. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Miriam to share a word or two about mental health so we can be able to proceed.
Thank you everyone. Dr. Miriam Mutero from CK Uganda. We're the leading private healthcare provider in Uganda. Just like the panelists and everyone is aware, is that mental health has become a big challenge. And unfortunately in our society, it's still looked at as, like a bad thing. And therefore, people are not willing to come out to seek for help. And therefore, we as the healthcare provider, we are very keen on when patients visit us, we want to check beyond the cough, beyond the flu. We want to find out how you are, how are you feeling, are you sleeping at night, what are you going through? And a lot of the times you find that these persistent headaches that you keep hearing about are not caused by any organic disease, but it's just mental health. And one of the things that's very common, and I believe it's a big challenge for the fintechs, is the pressure to deliver. The pressure to deliver, the timelines, and there's so much to do in such a short time. And most times we do not take time to get that work-life balance where you're able to actually take a break and say, I'm going to take a day off and just rest. So we see a lot of people breaking down, and that becomes quite difficult. I think what we all need to be cognizant about is that the organizations we work for shall continue even when we are not there. And therefore, it's important that you give your health priority, you give self-care initiatives a priority, and you continue to take care of your mental health. You can always reach out to us through our call center, and you can get a booking to talk to a counselor, to talk to a psychotherapist, so that you can be able to get help. It's okay not to be okay. Gentlemen in the room, for us ladies, it's a bit easier, because when I'm stressed, I'll call my friend, I'll give her all the stories, I'll call my aunties. For the women, it's a bit easier. And we also cry a lot, so things are so bad, your boss has been shouting at you, you'll run to the bathroom and cry. But for the men, it's okay to cry. It's okay not to be okay. And we are seeing the incidences with the men are actually, on the rise. Because you have to continue to be the man, you have to be strong. Everyone is looking up to you. But even for you, it's okay not to be okay. And when you're not okay, then it's good for you to go and seek for help. And at CCare, we have those services. You can get psychotherapy, you can get counseling, you can get the support that you need to be able to continue to live a healthy lifestyle. Finally, as I close, wellness. Each of us that drives a car, I know every 5,000 kilometers, for the petrol cars, you're taking it for service. And they go in there and just check that everything is okay. It's also important for us to go and check how we are doing. Check your blood pressure, your BMI, your weight. A lot of these lifestyle diseases today, hypertension, diabetes, they have no cure. So most times when you're diagnosed with it and it's too late, it becomes difficult to reverse it. But wellness is important. Go and check, see how healthy you are. And there are many packages available that you can be able to enjoy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miriam, for your submission. I think I like the final part of your conversation that reminds us that the gentlemen in here, that gentlemen have a special relationship. Dr. Miriam, I've allowed you to go back and find your seat. The gentlemen have a special relationship with their cars. And many of them, you'd find that to even just enter it, there are certain requirements, do not do this, do not do that. Servicing is done on time. The engine oil is super. The plugs are special. They were flown in from Dubai and all. But when it comes to our bodies, then probably we need to also do a little bit of more work. Especially when you see, for example, that your stomach is getting off your body and going somewhere else. Maybe you need a bit of checkup. I'm just thinking, but just remind ourselves that it's critical for us to really do that part of checkup. Ladies and gentlemen, our final session of the day is here. And of course, it's approximately 20 minutes to 4. So the expectation is that another 1 hour. So we should be able to be getting done before 5, which is the plan. But before I introduce that, allow me mention that our sponsors from the bronze category, where we have Sumsab, Centenary Bank, Sanyu FM. I'm going to request to give them a big clap for making this special. In the silver category, we have InterSwitch and Standard Chartered Bank. Let's give them the same energy in terms of clapping. In the gold category, we have New Grid, Your Uganda Innovation Village, Bank of Uganda, FSD Uganda, FlexiPay, the Uganda Insurers Association. Let's show them the love. And then in the diamond category, we have MTN Momo and our knowledge partner, UNCDF. Let's give them the clap they deserve. And then in our platinum category, we have ABI, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Let's show them the energy they deserve for sponsoring our conference for these 2 days. Our final part of the day It's not necessarily final, but the final, because after you return here and we give closing remarks and what we are supposed to do for the next part of the evening and tomorrow. Our next part is a breakout session. Exactly 1 hour from now, we should be back here. So the breakouts, first is MTN Momo, which is going to stay here. They'll be talking about digital lending to enhance local trade. So anyone interested with digital lending, please stay in this room to make sure that you can have such discussions on how to enhance trading in here. Then our breakout session, direct in Victoria, our ballroom, is going to be led by our other sponsor, Uganda Insurance Association, and it's going to be addressing the gaps in service delivery with digital solutions, mapping the future of insurance. So anyone that feels that they need knowledge to do with insurance, de-risking your businesses, making sure that you have built plans for sustainability that form your business, but also your employees, anything to do with insurance, please move out. I want to invite the team from MTN Momo to come and take the floor. I'm going to request that we start the movement now. Anyone in insurance, please move out directly to Victoria Ballroom. Thank you very much. I have seen the leader of the Brokers Association, Mr. Chris Bakesiga. Sir, thank you very much for coming. Anyone in insurance, please move the other side. Thank you very much. Exactly 1 hour, we all return here for our closing session.
So I have a very, very interesting and wonderful panel up here today who are going to talk to us about a number of interesting things. I'm sure you have already gotten a glimpse of what we're going to be speaking into, and which is something tied very closely to digital lending. I'll start with some bit of introductions. My name is Michael Gashumba, and my daytime job is being a director of advisory at BDO East Africa, an audit, tax, and advisory firm. I'll give each of my colleagues here a minute to just introduce themselves and tell us what they do.
My name is Aonyancha Crispinus, CEO at Clinic Pesa. That's my daytime job.
And the evening one?
I think the evening one is being a father.
Clap for that, guys.
I want to greet in the MTN way, so you can all learn, since you're all our customers. Yellow, so when you say yellow, you respond as yellow. Yellow, everyone? Yellow. That's good. Good afternoon. My name is Simon Kisabagire, and I'm the manager in charge of Bank Tech from MTN Mobile Money. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
My name is Philip Mzahura. I head the NCBA Digital Financial Services, and we are the bank that brings you more cash in partnership with MTN. Happy to be with you today.
Great. I just wanted to have a light moment. And you know that joke, the social media joke of creasing. Huh? I've seen one young person laugh. Are we saying the rest are not young? Anyway, when you do physics and the teacher says when I increase temperature, is it increasing or decreasing? And you in the back, you start shouting increasing. So I just want to ask, those of you who have heard of Mocash, is it MTN or another company? Just answer quick in yourselves. Yes, Okay. You are today years old when you discovered that Mocash is a product of NCBA. Now you're all quiet. So I'll give actually our panelists 5 minutes to, you see, you came here thinking people understand your business properly. So please just, each of you, and I'll start with the lady, just take 5 or less minutes, just giving us, sharing your experience and perspective on the role of partnerships in digital lending and financial inclusion.
So when we speak about partnerships, for me, then I just reflect on our Mocash journey and how far we've come, with the partnership that we've had with MTN. since 2016. And, looking back at, when we started and where we are today, we wouldn't have achieved, the level of success or even the reach that we've been able to achieve without the partnership that we've had with MTN. So we rolled out Mokash in 2016. 7 years down the road, we have over 14 million customers that are using the service. We have disbursed over 2 trillion Uganda shillings in loans, and we're holding about 32 billion Uganda shillings in mobile savings. And if we had, walked this journey alone, I'm not sure that we'd even have achieved a quarter of the numbers that we're speaking about today. I mean, MTN had previously invested very heavily in infrastructure, and they had the number of customers. And we reflect on how much work had been done before we even came into the picture, and for us to then recognize, where their strengths were and where our strengths were at the time. Theirs being that, they had all these customers sitting with them, but we, on the other hand, then had the technology, had the capital to actually do this lending. And, from very early on, we then knew what we needed to do, which was to then, leverage the strength that our partner has, and to then, take this forward. And so reflecting on that journey, and I think that then sets the stage for the conversation we'll be having, you then see how powerful partnerships are, and see the impact that, these partnerships can have if they are structured correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, you forgive me, I'm a very jokey person. And I'm asking for a friend, not for myself. When you get that message of you've delayed to pay your loan, is it MTN or NCB?
So that would be NCBA as the product owner.
So Simon, that's why you're smiling. You're not the bad guy today. Great. That's interesting. So Simon, and before Simon you join, I think I gave you guys a chance to introduce yourselves, but I didn't know I only had humble people. You didn't really give the true picture of what you do. But when Simon is at MTN, he's a manager bank tech. Now, the other one is from NCBA, and she's in the mobile lending. You're in the mobile company, and you're the bank tech. You also expound while you explain yourself.
All right. Thank you very much. So, MTN initially is a telecommunication company, but in the year 2021, MTN also registered as a Fintech, as a payment service provider supervised by Bank of Uganda. So some of the regulations that we follow from a mobile money perspective are from Bank of Uganda. Now that required a change in our structure, and a bit of the changes requires that there has to be an individual or a team that then looks at products that are not more of telco, but more of finance, and products that are around saving, insurance, credit, investment. So those then fall into in the bank tech section. Yeah, thank you.
So maybe just before we move on, in terms of partnerships and collaboration, what has this meant for MTN and in the coming future?
All right. So our ambition as MTN as a group entity is very clear. We want to be the leading solution provider for Africa's challenges, and we believe that one of the key challenges that we have in Africa is that most people are not financially included. So one of the research shows that more than 60% of Uganda's population don't have access to traditional financial services. So with MTN, we boost with the distribution and ability to grow. So we have more than 22 million customers. 13 million of those actively use their mobile money accounts on a daily basis. Sorry, on a monthly. However, when it comes to certain solutions that will ensure that people are financially included, like credit, we may not be in position to offer those are dynamic solutions alone. So what we do as MTN, we come up, we have the customer base, we have the distribution. You know, everywhere you go, we are actually there. We have the agents on ground. I saw the report from KPMG. So we are covered across Uganda. What we do is that we then open our platform to other partners, like NCBA here to deliver more cash. We have Clinic Pesa to deliver solutions around health tech. And then we have also other multiple partners. I've seen Jumo who are behind our product for Mosente. So we believe that there is a power of collaboration that then unlocks innovation and unlocks dynamic products that then address the 60 that are unbanked. We also believe that collaboration is no longer an option, that maybe I would want to work with a fintech or a bank, but it's actually essential for us to grow. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you thought the confusion has stopped, still it's in progress. When I thought I was meeting, when I was meeting the CEO of Clinic Pesa, I was ready to say doctor. I found engineer instead. You can explain your role of partnership, but also clarify on the small confusion.
Okay, so thank you so much. Onyancha Crispinus, my name's CEO at Clinic Pesa. So at Clinic Pesa, I would like to assume that, of course, there are those that know Clinic Pesa, but there are those also who don't know. So at Clinic Pesa, what we typically do is we provide access to healthcare financing. As you've heard right from my left hand, NCBA typically providing credit and financial services. MTN is generic, including partners with access as well. And on our side, typically we are tackling the gap that is untapped, which is healthcare. Now, bridging the gap between healthcare and financing, because that's a crucial part, which typically, which each one of us undergoes on a daily or regular basis. Now, Clinic Pesa provides a wallet that enables people to be able to prepare to finance their healthcare. In 2019, we worked, of course, to MTN. And at that point, we're actually trying to expand our reach. And that's why when you're looking at the element of collaboration, we know that a majority or each one of you in here, if I'm not mistaken, you at least carry an MTN SIM card. And you have a mobile money account. This was a good kind of partnership where potentially we could extend our services and ensure that at least we have the reach, as well as we bridge the gap between the finance and the healthcare facilities. So when we're talking about collaborations and partnerships, just don't stop at the telcos and the fintechs. We also extend down to the healthcare facilities. That's because we happen to be in the healthcare space. That's why there's a confusion between me being a doctor.
Yeah, so I think there's also hope for people like me to contribute to the health sector.
Yes.
Yeah, great. So it's, as I told you, it's a very interesting set of people. We have someone from a financial institution, we have someone from a telco, we have someone from a fintech, and a telco which is also a fintech. So the question comes, how do and also I was very happy to notice earlier, I think there was someone from FSDU, which is where many of us in the country got to appreciate the word financial inclusivity and bringing in the underserved and understanding that there's actually that segment that is almost not touching money for the whole year. So I just want to understand how the collaboration of all these players actually fosters innovation for serving this segment, and how this journey is going so far. Simon, that will go to you.
All right, thank you, moderator. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have over 13 million customers who use their mobile money accounts on a monthly basis. So, what we have realized over time that 65% of those are eligible to get a digital loan. More than 95 of those have opened up either a savings account, they have opened up a loans account, they have opened up a health tech account, insurance account. Now, as you can see, those are multiple products that are being offered. Those products mentioned there above cannot be offered by MTN alone. Impossible. So MTN has to leverage on the power of partnerships to offer dynamic products to the customers. What we do as MTN, continuously we carry out market research, identify the customers' needs. As we all know that customers' needs are very dynamic, and the market trends keep changing. As Philippa has mentioned earlier, in 2016, our initial partnership with the bank was with NCBA to offer the mortgage product. As I speak right now, we have partnered with almost all the banks for the push and pull services. But when it comes to digital loans and savings, we have more than 14 partnerships. Now, all these are licensed partnerships, and that's why we are in the position to deliver a portfolio that doesn't only look at credit, because I know when it comes to banks they talk about credit only, but then we have customers who save. I think Philippa has mentioned, on a monthly we see more than 50 billion coming through savings. Zeno has been here. Zeno is also a partner for MTN, so people are able to invest, so they save and they can invest. We have seen Chris here has talked about health tech. So what does that show? That we initially started with offering a basic credit and savings product, but then with innovation, with a change in the customer trends, we have expanded business to cover insurance, to cover health tech, to cover our investments, and I'm really happy that even when we were in the break, you know, we have interactions from fintechs who then have more innovative ideas that we can then collaborate with, tap into to see that our customer needs are addressed. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Innovation is always a beautiful thing to talk about, hearing new ideas, hearing those who have pushed theirs through. But collaboration also comes with its challenges for those anyone in the financial services sector, but banks have had their fair brunt of this, and this is why the next section goes to Philippa. We just want to understand how you're able to address regulatory and risk management perspectives. I mean, you come from a group in the region. It means you have really stringent requirements. You have a regulator looking at you. but at the same time you're trying to serve the market with its own unique intricacies, and also you're trying to collaborate with others without endangering the risk profile of your bank. How do you go about this?
Thank you very much. But perhaps before we go to that, I think in broader terms, when we then speak about partnerships and about collaboration, there's a benefit that comes from working with others. There's benefits that come from, being able to bring out the best of every participating partner. And in our case, MTN, with all the customers that they had, by virtue of the license that was held, weren't able to provide a lending service, whereas NCBA, as a licensed financial institution, we were able to extend credit. But again, we had limitations around, distribution channels. You want to target a particular segment, but, you're not in a place to have that kind of reach. And so, where ordinarily you would probably be fearful of playing in certain spaces, collaboration then helps, partnerships then help you to reach out to those particular areas. And in our case, we've been able to reach the 14 million unbanked customers that I spoke about earlier. And that way then, regulation doesn't become a hindrance to innovation, but rather you then collaborate and find ways of working around, whether it is working around or managing the regulatory landscape that you're operating in. And along the way, and I think reflecting on what Dr. Twine mentioned earlier today around fostering proactive compliance, we've also then been able through the partnership to be able to achieve compliance by working on aspects that we would ordinarily not be able to work on alone. And there's issues around KYC, there's issues around, and I mean anyone in the fintech space will attest to this, so issues around KYC, issues around CRB compliance for the regulated financial institutions. And usually there are complications, but in a 7-year journey with MTN, what then we found to be helpful is, the joint regulatory engagements. We came from a place before the separation of mobile money and GSM, came from a place where we had, 2 different regulators with different requirements, and it's been a journey, but we've gotten there through the joint engagements. And now that we've had the separation and that MTN Momo then finally sits within Bank of Uganda, we're then continuing to see a better alignment around the regulatory requirements. And so it then helps when you're having conversations, and it's joint conversations rather than one person heading to the regulator and trying to have a conversation with them. And I think then to that, I'd also just like to give a comment around, whereas we see a lot of regulation as being perhaps restrictive or prohibitive, we've also then learned that the engagements actually do pay off. And in this case, I think the previous panel, there was something around, the cross-border hosting of data and processing of personal data. Also issues around cloud computing. But, we then do not stop. We do not stop because the regulation is stifling. You continue with the conversations, open up, demonstrate to the regulator jointly. We've been able, together with MTN Momo to, for example, around the KYC conversations, demonstrate, where certain risks have been perceived to exist, for MTN to say, I am the partner who does this role, who provides this service, and being able to demonstrate to the regulator that they're able to fulfill the requirements. And because of that, the bank then has also found it easier to get around the traditional banking requirements as we know them. So, in our space, then collaboration becomes such a key thing, even as we look to the future. I think there's no running away from it, and it will continue to take the lead. The other aspect would probably be around, outside of the partnerships that we have, even within our space, Simon earlier spoke about, starting out as the only digital lender in 2016, but as we've gone ahead, we've then had multiple players providing the same service. And in as much as, you'd think that we are competing, we've also been able to achieve a certain level of collaboration. And, there's times we reach out and have a conversation with Jumo, for example, to say, this is what is happening in the industry. How are you dealing with this challenge? And that then has really helped us to, have a way forward with respect to how we deal with emerging risks. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have really an impressive relationship with MTN, but without mentioning names. And there are those partners you look at and say, I wish we had never met these people before.
So,
Huh? Yeah.
is that to me or to
whoever is most aggrieved?
So I'll just add on to what Philip has shared. Of course, partnerships have their own challenges. It's not all rosy. But what will happen is that feedback is taken. As you all know that MTN may be very ambitious, okay? Who would want to maybe have all our customers take credit. But then when it comes to the partners' perspective, they would want to give credit to only those who are eligible. You get so such conflicting ideologies happen. But the key is to how do we then meet a middle ground? Because we may be good at marketing, may be good at technology, but also need to appreciate that there are partners who are good at AI, machine learning, and offering predictive models. So is to appreciate the contribution of each partner and then come to a middle ground. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think maybe just to add a little to that, what we've found helpful, and like he said, it's not always rosy. There's days when it's been tough. But I think what has been helpful is understanding your partner's strategic objectives, and then just sort of weighing against that and seeing where do we meet in the middle. Because if you're too far apart, then it continues to cause problems. So having an understanding of what it is they want to achieve and where they want to be, and what you then both jointly want to achieve with a partnership, you're then able to align, and there'll be the difficult days, but once you understand that, whereas they have this objective and this, your joint objective is a particular goal, you're then able to forge a way forward.
Okay. Great. I'm coming to the audience, and I have one last segment. I'll make an exception for you. Someone with a mic.
We have a Clinic Pesa person who has data on people who actually save for health. I think that's like a quality type of borrower, someone who actually thinks about the future in terms of health, right? And then you have the guy who has all the data on people who pay their utilities, how much they pay their landlord. Maybe you don't know it's their landlord, maybe you do. How much they send the Kameza money, how much they're sending, how much they're receiving. So you have that person who has all this can profile. And then you have the banker who's the expert at lending, risk management and profile and just really underwriting. So all these people don't have collateral. If I have to go to Clinic Pesa, I don't have collateral. I'm not that customer. If I'm paying my yaka and my water and my landlord and etc. and even if it's about 500K, I may not have any collateral. If my rent can be paid on Momo, right? Probably not a bank transfer for my $2,000 apartment. So what's the role of alternative data in driving lending? How has that improved any of your products? That's something I'm just trying to understand, as you're here. And even if it hasn't yet, what are the possibilities for that? Yeah.
Who is it directed to?
I don't. I feel like they need to sit in a room and aren't we are collaborating?
Okay.
So yeah, that's. Is the question clear?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I can go first. Now, the role of data, alternative data, typically plays a key role when it comes to lending without collateral. Now, when we look at, for example, the underserved communities, or generally people in the informal sector, most people would not have collateral to present, and yet they need access to this financing. In a sense, typically for someone to be able to extend credit, there's need to assess whether the person can actually be able to pay back. Now, today with the trends of when we look at things to do with machine learning, typically credit scoring, this provides a key aspect for one to be included, because when you look at their bills that they're actually offsetting at home, they're offsetting bills, they're paying school fees, they use mobile money, they are receiving money, they are sending money. This typically plays an important role of showing you the inflows of money, typically what we call revenues, as well as expenses. So this can easily be used to determine what is someone's ability to repay. And if we look at right away from the left, NCBA to MTN to Clinic Pesa on the right, we all use this same data to determine what someone is actually capable of taking and paying back. Now, it may not be related to the plot of land they sold. It's just their daily when they are receiving salaries. If it's informal, they'll typically receive it on mobile money, because we are moving away from cash and we are moving into digital, and so this becomes like the rubber stamp, or the net worth of someone that can easily be determined from the data they use for processing different, facilitating different transactions. Yeah.
To just add to that, the alternative data that you speak about actually forms the core of what we do with Mocash today. With our core bank, the traditional bank that we run as NCBA Bank, there's all these things they need for collateral and etc. But for this underserved segment that we serve with Mocash, the data has actually been then what determines the decision around lending. And like he said, the ability to pay is then based on this person's use. It's their normal day to day. It's their send, receive, how many people, and so you're able, from the patterns that you're seeing within that data, to make a decision around how much they qualify for. And that then, the initial interaction is based on your assessment of their ability to pay. Now, once they then engage with you, they get on a whole new journey that then assesses their willingness to pay, because we've also then seen cases of people where you've assessed that they're actually able to pay, but at the end of 30 days, 60 days, you then realize, okay, now this is a willingness problem, and that then sets off a whole other course of so for the good ones, then you begin to see growth. And then where there's been issues around willingness to pay, that also then triggers a whole different. But the data today, continues to form the core decisions around how we service these segments.
Have they answered you? I hope it wasn't a trick question to now say, what are you doing with my data?
No, I have a follow-up.
I'll just give my last, then I open it to the audience, because I want to give permission. I have one last one for him, then I open up. So my very last one is a general area. You are an innovation, and this goes to Dr. Engineer here. You're an innovative enterprise, and we have a common problem of startups and all this collapsing in a very short time. So how do we maintain sustainability for such innovations, especially in the digital lending space, where you have no collateral? The rate of bad loans in different innovations like this is usually very high. And then lastly, what future trends are you seeing from the experience you've been able to get into?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So when you look at, I'll start with the future trends. where we're going, of course, the space, initially the space has been everyone come lend, and everyone come lend has damaged the market. Typically what is now happening is that the regulators are actually extending an arm and regulating the space. So lending is good, but it's also dangerous when it's being done by the wrong person. We've seen solutions that have typically gone overboard to collect private information from the phone, just to hold you hostage in providing credit. The trend as where we are going is that today, let's say, when we look at, for example, UMRA has issued a clear list of the banned solutions, which typically tightens the space of lending and creates a level of sanity. And to enforce this, of course, the people who actually facilitate, who are in the payment systems, are now receiving directives not to facilitate this. So we're looking at some sanity, like levels of sanity coming in, whereby we are able to save authentic lenders from non-authentic lenders, and then also the element of when we come to the element of sustainability in fintechs, credit providers, it's about diversity, diversification, because as I remember in the morning session, there was a deliberation about set and diversify such that when competition comes, and the revenue stream is that revenue line of revenue stream is taken, you do not collapse. You can be able to actually stand and continue delivering. Now, diversification is one of the elements, of course, for sustainability, and then collaborations. Now, most people want to operate in silos. If you look at the success that has actually been registered today, right at Clinic Pesa or across the panel here with MTN, with NCBA, it's typically through collaboration, and you extend different strengths that you do not have to the partner, and this generally creates a level of sustainability. What I would call it is sustainable for you to use an SMS platform, for you to collect money rather than setting your own agent network, from the other players, for you to be able to disburse money to the commercial banks, instead of creating agent networks to do withdrawals for that money. Typically, partnerships. For example, when you look at Clinic Pesa, it's through healthcare centers. The healthcare center you actually go, they need one thing from you. They need you to pay up so that they can give you a service. But in most cases, when someone is not able to pay up, then it becomes kind of a tight relationship between the patient and the healthcare provider. Now, because of collaboration still, when we collaborate and provide a mechanism of someone being able to pay so that they can receive a service, it creates an element of sustainability for us as players in the market. And as well, we are seeing now the inclusion of CRBs. Before, the CRB was only for the commercial banks, but now the arm is actually extending into fintechs, and by doing this, most times you would actually query, let's say for example, you would query someone someone who's actually unbanked, and you would not find data, on the customer. Today, I'm sure if you check someone who has taken a credit facility, you typically find that there is a history on the person, because now the NIN becomes your identity. The NIN becomes the common identifier that we all use to profile these customers. Now, of course, the journey has started. The element of sharing data has started. Of course, the contention as well is in between, that you would provide the data to the CRB free of charge, but they would charge you back to read the data. So I think we are moving there towards harmonizing or dropping the rates at least. Because if a commercial bank is going to read a credit report, for example, the facility would be substantial, as compared to a fintech that is going to read a credit report for a customer who is going to take 10,000 or 15,000 or 30,000. If I am the cost must be met by someone, and a customer cannot be able to meet the cost of, let's say, for example, 8,000 or 4,000 shillings for a credit facility of 10,000 shillings. So I'm thinking the trend where we're actually going is a space whereby we will see that the CRBs as well will drop down their rates to cater for micros. Catering for micros is important, and because the same partners who are providing the data, once they've done the lending, when they need the report, even if you add the fee to the credit facility, it does not become too expensive, because expensive credit also contributes to defaulting generally, it contributes to defaulting, and also contributes to the uptake or the slow uptake of these credit products. So for us, when you look at for us as the partnership we clearly have with MTN, it kind of softens the ground, because the customer is able to consent to share their data. So now, when you look at the trend that pushed most digital lenders who came into the space to take people's data from the phone, was typically because they needed to score, so they had to do it by all means. They needed to score this person, but because they could not find that credible data that they needed, they decided to take your pictures from your phone, and take your contacts. The day you default, they will be calling your entire network. They will be calling your entire network. They would be typically you feel like disappearing from the society. So I think we are getting to a level of whereby with the regulation actually taking the first step and banning out this. The second step, of course, is now the element of being able to share data, but also the element of sanity on the costing. I think with that we'll see a level of success with digital credit. We'll see more transparency in terms of who has a loan, who does not have a loan, so that it is easier for even other lenders or for more innovation to actually come into the space here.
Thank you. This is clearly someone who has been in the trenches. Now to the very exciting bit of this, we're opening this up to the floor. I'm very sure there's a barrage of questions coming. I saw one hand up there earlier. There's a hand up here. I'll be taking batches of four questions. Oh, if we have two, we'll start with those. And you mentioned to whom it's directed.
Thank you, moderator. I must say this has been an insightful discussion. Learning at the success that MTN has registered in enabling digital lending in Uganda. I have two questions. One is directed to the lady from NCBA. Jackson Njaba now is my name. I serve at Flutterwave Payments Technologies. I handle business and sales engagements. So despite consistent loan repayments for Mcash, it is really very evident that it's very hard to grow a bigger loan limit when you're using Mcash. So I just wanted to know which strategies that you're exploring to be able to make eligible users grow their loan limits so fast, because you realize that your limit can take like 3 years for you to be able to achieve maybe 500,000. So perhaps maybe you have to give clarity on that. Then another question is directed to the gentleman from MTN. We appreciate the great strides that you've put into enabling digital lending. And in your discussion, you've said that you've partnered with different banks, making it to a count of 14 banks. So do you have, are you looking at collaborations with non-banking financial institutions and specifically fintech companies? Thank you.
Second one? There's a second one around here, yeah. Then I'll give a chance for responses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and your panelists. They have actually come up with very insightful recommendations and comments, and you see they are speaking with a lot of knowledge. I'd like to comment on what the CEO from Clinic Pesa mentioned, that maybe the CRB should be able to reduce on the cost of the report for any customer in the fintech sector. At Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, we are in the pilot of credit information sharing for the Tier 4 sector. And what we have advocated from the CRBs is that as this information is centralized and collected from the regulator, all CRBs will be able to pick it up. But the cost of acquiring this report by that last mile customer, for example, a fintech, it shouldn't go beyond maybe 1,000 shilling. I know some CRBs who are charging 500 shilling for that report. So I believe if you have like good negotiations from the CRBs, the report of 8,000, it should be for someone who's taking out more than maybe $1 million, but at 10,000 shilling as a loan, they can even reduce from 500 shilling and below, depending on the volume of transactions from the fintech. So one of the initiatives that we have come up with is to see that we need to de-risk that last mile customer. You mentioned that some of the online lenders, they resorted to accessing my phone gallery. One time I was put on a WhatsApp, they put someone's national ID, they were demanding 100,000. And they said that by 2 p.m. you must pay. So I don't know, maybe after they realized that, I didn't know anyone even on the forum. Maybe randomly they found my contact into that person's phone book, and I was on the chat. After like one day, they deleted me from the group, and it was called Smart Hub. So I was wondering, the one we tried to look out for those who are behind it. As we said that the regulation or the rules, they follow innovation. That is why we came up with the digital lending guidelines. We prohibited accessing the phone book of a customer because you're demanding for 100,000. So like the fintechs have to come up with different innovative ways. That is how we have to use maybe AI of seeing how they can score me. And I believe the fintechs who are using MTN and Airtel, they're able to come up with scores which can inform on my level of paying back that loan compared to the ones who are using apps on Google, because for them they randomly lend and the way they can recover is charging very high interest rates, and government is also taking another direction of seeing how to cap interest rates. I believe if you have been seeing all the presidential speeches, he has mentioned on capping interest rates. So we have digital lenders who have been lending at 30%. I don't know if that one will happen again in very few months from now. So as in the morning, when Dr. Titi mentioned that if you're in Fintech and you're just looking at one streamline of revenue, you must think twice that if this one stops, what will be my next step? So if government is thinking about capping interest rates and you have been earning from very high interest rates because, of course, you lend to very risk customers and the only thing you can do is charging very high interest rates. So if government is capping interest rates, what will be your fallback position as a fintech? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll give the team a chance to answer those questions. Philippa, we can start with what is directed to you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I will respond to the question around the growth of loan limits. And I smile because, you know, it's something that we've dealt with in the past. But to just give a little more context as to how these unsecured digital loans are structured, there's a lot of reliance on, you know, what we see within the mobile money ecosystem. And by that I mean, you know, your usage of mobile money services, but even after you have taken your first more cash loan, it then includes aspects around your borrowing behavior and your repayment behavior. Now, when we say usage of mobile money, very quickly, I think for many of us, then our minds rush to, you know, think about, but I receive so much money through my mobile money wallet. And how is it that my limit then does not grow in tandem with the money that I receive? But, you know, we have previously then had a model, and this is how we've been then able to manage the credit risk that is associated with this kind of lending. The model that we have used in the past just doesn't look at your inflows. There's several other aspects around behavior that we pick up from your usage of mobile money. So for example, if you send money, do you send money to one person or you send money to multiple people? There are new use cases that have been introduced in the recent past. Momo Pay, for example, the merchant service that MTN has introduced. Do you use Momo Pay? What does that say about your profile as a customer, and how does that then translate to, you know, the risk classification that would be assigned to you? So there's so much that goes into that discussion. But again, I think just to give you comfort, we are also then, you know, just undergoing a process where we're revising the way we review the growth of those limits, and that is coming from the changes that we've seen in customer profiles, and they've changed over time. And I think as we go on, you'll then see that there's some positive change that will begin to happen.
Okay, Simon, over to you.
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, that MTN is a regulated entity, both by UCC and Bank of Uganda. So the entities that we partner with, first of all, have to have a license. So either a license from UMRA or a license from Bank of Uganda. I can mention and say that we are open to partnerships, not only with banks. As you can see, Chris here from Clinic Pesa is not a bank. Okay. There was a gentleman in the previous panel from Zeno. Zeno is not a bank. And we have all other entities. I talked about Jumo as well. So they are not banks. So we are open, but on one condition, that one is that you should have a valid license to offer the services that you want to offer, be it insurance, payments, loans, credit, savings. Secondly, there are the other criteria that we look for in the entity. Do you have the required insurance to offer that service? Do you have the facilities, technology? Do you have enough support resources? Because as MTN, we are a 24-hour entity. Most of our customers, if our customer fails to pay umeme at 3 a.m., they will call. Okay. So are you able to then support the customer at 3 a.m.? Do you have enough resources? Do you have a backup site? How are your financials? Okay. You mentioned, George, earlier that people thought Mocash is an MTN product, yet there's a bank. You get. So when you come and partner with MTN, the customers will look at that product as an MTN product. So it's critical that we vet the companies that we have partnership with, but we are open to any fintech that is licensed, not only banks.
Thank you very much. Any last comments from the audience? Any hand? Great. Oh, there's one back at the back over there.
Thank you very much. I have 2 comments. The subject of digital lending is very, very interesting. My name is Ronald Kajimu from Centenary Bank. I want to share one observation. The good thing, I think it has been mentioned here, about how some providers go into our phones and do all that kind of stuff. But there's something I did not hear being addressed. How I get a digital loan and you tell me that the due date is 7th September and you start demanding on the 6th. That is something that is not very clear. Then 2, I want to share an experience. I got a digital loan from one of the providers and I defaulted. Guess what the provider did? I was expecting harassment or being called off the hook. They kept sending me messages. Your loan is due. If you're not able to pay, you can pay in bits. They even gave me a payment plan. I was amazed. I was like, wow. And eventually, of course, I paid. Since I'm in a financial institution, you have to pay because eventually it catches up with you. I eventually paid, but I kept asking myself, if I had not paid, what would that institution, what would be the fallback position? Because most of these loans are definitely unsecured. So these guys were very good to me, which I applaud, but in case I had not paid, what would have happened? I don't want to defend these other guys who squeeze us so much, because of course the nature is that the loans are unsecured and highly risky. But what happens if we are not able to pay that money that has been advanced to us on the phone? And I'm talking about players who don't have control of our wallets. MTN and Airtel have control of our wallets, so anytime they can recover. But what about a third party? If I don't pay them, what happens? Thank you so much.
I think, okay, so when we look at the element of someone defaulting, normally as you operate, you're supposed to typically, when you're taking the risk, first of all, I think there's a reason as to why also the limits don't grow as fast as the customer would actually expect, because we've seen trends whereby someone would actually train your model. You know, a customer would train your model. You know, so they would look at they would look into the insights of what exactly do you take into consideration to grow the limit. So and someone would actually play the part, take the loan and not pay back. You know, so of course, that contributes to the first line as to why the machine learning models, we will just rely on the behavior aspect. And then the second aspect of when someone does not pay and you've taken the risk, in your books, you're supposed to have provisioned, you know. So there is actually money that you have to provision for, which has to come from your pocket, you know, to pay up for the customer that has defaulted. So that's why if a credit is, if a facility has been given to you and you've not paid in due time, the lender will continuously create a favorable environment for you so that you can actually pay back. Because if you don't pay back, then they will pay it on your behalf. So that's the reason as to why they will be nice to you, walk through the journey, create repayment plans for you. Because when you repay, and let's say for example they had written it off and paid with their own capital at the write-off point, then what is typically going to happen is that when you eventually pay a loan that was written off, it's a new revenue stream for the player. So that's why we'll see trends whereby the players who are lending will choose to create a very favorable environment for you as a customer so that you're able to pay back at the end of the day. It doesn't matter the period. Now, the second to that is that informs why, despite the fact that you will be moving in money just to train the model, so that the limit grows very quickly, they won't take the bait of escalating your limit, so different providers who do not have access to your wallet will create different mechanisms to ensure that the facility they've offered to the customer is eventually recovered. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think I really like that question and how you segregated it between those that have control over wallets and those that don't have. Now, for those of you who have control over our wallets, without divulging too much details, as a country, are we misbehaving when you compare with your other markets, or are we really impressive people in terms of repayment and default vis-a-vis?
Okay, as I mentioned that we are working with institutions that are regulated, so there are minimum standard operating procedures. The reason as to why our partners leverage on data is to determine someone's ability to pay. So what we've seen is that in Uganda, actually we had a partner from Nigeria who started giving out loans to Ugandan, and one thing he really appreciated and he mentioned that the trends in Zambia and Nigeria, you have to remind someone to pay. Now when it comes to Uganda, our customers know when they are supposed to pay, and more than 90% of them, which is very surprising, actually pay back before the due date. That's why the gentleman mentioned that I'm supposed to pay on 7th. By 6th, you're sending a reminder. So some customers are a bit agitated by the fact that reminders go out a day before because they know when they are supposed to pay. So the rates of default, yet they are there, but they are not so significant. I hope I'm doing justice, Philippa.
No, I think yeah, we really hope she doesn't cancel you, but I'm already feeling positive about being in Uganda.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's similar trends that we've seen. So the business we are operating in 5 markets, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Ivory Coast, and we're then opening up to go to Ghana. And what we're seeing then is that, we are doing well. The Uganda market is doing well. The East Africa region really is doing well. Kenya is performing way better, but I think part of the learnings we've seen then is there's been a bit of movement in, converting the population from cash to M-Pesa, to mobile. And that really then helps. So because this M-Pesa account is like the thing that allows them to transact and to live and to be, there's a lot more repayments that come through in the Kenyan market. than we're seeing here. But otherwise, and I think the biggest impact we saw was during the COVID period, and that was like a standalone incident really. But for the biggest part, we've then seen that, and over time, we've also seen improvements. When we started out in 2016, we had to go through a whole journey around why it is important to pay in time. But as we go along, we've then seen significant improvements in the repayments.
Thank you very much. Now, as we draw to the close of this, I'll give each of our panelists a brief slot just to give your parting shots. I'll start with one CEO here, and we'll move.
Okay, so speaking to the theme, collaboration. Of course, I would say it's very important for collaboration, and collaboration actually spans wider than just the element. I mean the element of the implementing partners. So the collaboration spans to the financing partners, spans to the regulators, it spans to the customers. So the element of collaboration for us to make, let's say for example, digital lending a success in the market, there has to be more willingness for this collaboration. That means in terms of attracting funding, in terms of getting a good regulatory space, and then in terms of working with the other players, and also in terms of you as a customer consuming the service. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Simon?
Thank you, George, the moderator. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, Fitspa, for giving us this platform to discuss some of the topics that are really vital for economic development. In my last parts, I will just mention that we have a booth out there for those who want to collaborate with MTN, not only in digital loans or savings, but we have other services around payments. I know we have very many companies there that are running a payments business, remittances, things to do around transport. You can reach out to the people that out there in our booth, and they will link you up with the respective teams. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Philippa?
Thank you. For me, I think partnerships will continue to be a very strategic part of how we go ahead in this financial inclusion discussion, and the key thing then will be how we define these partnerships for you to understand what it is you do well, and in seeking partners to be clear on what it is that then you would be looking out to achieve from the partnerships that you seek. And as we go forward, I then hope that as an industry that we'll be able to collaborate better, because that we then will be able to achieve so much more.
For me as a moderator, there's some key takeaways I have. First, I'm really proud to be a Ugandan and in the bracket of those paying back in time. It's really something awesome. Also, for the audience, being the last session of the afternoon, I kept peeping around saying you're dozing. I have no offenders. So I want you to just clap for yourselves for being an awesome audience. For our panelists, thank you very much for the insightful ideas. And lastly, in the spirit of collaboration, also if you need my services, I will be around here. Do not hesitate to come and collaborate with me. Thank you very much and have a pleasant evening. MC, your docket is back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session that is happening the other side is an insurance subject matter. How many of us here know a bit of insurance? Raise your hand. If you know a bit of insurance. Thank you very much. When I reached there, the insurance they had gone to discuss has even moved off the radar. Now people are asking, when I took my medical card, this is what happened. My friend, you will really have some mercy when you're judging a professional MC to stop such a session. Then another person was keen to mention, You know, when we paid this much, we paid and paid and paid. But we got to a point and got an accident. When we came back, you removed all this insurance language. You said, under this, we shall not pay you fully. We will only give you 70%. I, for one reason or the other, allow me to say that the other session, I have not successfully managed to close it because the debate is intense. So I've accepted. Those who are peeping, please come inside. So I have accepted to come back to you. So for us, we can close. And anyone interested in still fighting the conversation on insurance, you continue to where? To Victoria, and you continue the debate. Amen? Because I went there with a lot of love saying, let us summarize, let us close. Collaboration and partnership there has intensified. Ladies and gentlemen, for the goodness of the people that have stayed, can I request we join our hands and invite the Vice Chairperson, Wava of Fitspa, to come and close day one. Then you wait, I come back to share remarks for tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Again, it's unfortunate that we are less than a half in the room, so hopefully the ones online and everybody else will catch up with us. But I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the chair and the board and our secretariat for having this very wonderful first day. I know it started out with a lot of rain, and most of you were able to make it, and we've been actually on time, and we lost a few minutes before lunch, but I feel like we caught up during the day. And as I close up, I wanted to first of all thank our sponsors, our partners, and also our members who are here for all the wonderful work that has been done, especially to our main partners, ABI and the Melinda Gates Foundation, also our diamond sponsors, Momo and UNCDF, who have helped us to put this organization together, this conference. The gold members, GRID, Yo Uganda, Innovation Village, Bank of Uganda, FSD Uganda, FlexiPay, and Uganda Insurers Association in the gold category. Then also in the silver category, we have InterSwitch and Standard Chartered. In the bronze, Samba, Centenary, and Sanyu FM. But most importantly, for our main speakers today and the panel sessions that have happened, we want to thank Dev, who gave us a very, very insightful insights in collaboration and the vision of collaborating and leveraging partnership in collaborations to drive innovation in Uganda. He spoke about what the future looks like, especially the tokens, the payments, decentralization, and everything else that's around us. So we are very thankful for Dave, so thank you for that. Also, I wanted to thank Dr. Twine, who was very open in his discussion as a regulator with our moderator, Frank. They were able to discuss unlocking the power of collaboration and some of the key insights the regulators are looking about in terms of collaborating with us. So we are very thankful for them. Also, the partnership with Standard Chartered, Rosaline was able to talk with, I think it was the Melinda Gates Foundation and ABI, the board chair Felix, for their insights into the ecosystem that they're driving. These are one of our main sponsors, and the work that you see that Fitspa does throughout the year, collaboration through our secretariat, a lot of this has been discussed. And then also the study highlight by KPMG on the state of the study of fintechs, which was a highlight just before lunch on the report. That report is very useful in understanding the journey we have taken and where we want to go. I believe the members will have access to that report. Then this afternoon, we broke out into several sessions. One was with Yo Uganda and Innovation Village, building collaboration, and then transformation power of partnerships. And the last breakout was MoMo, MTN Momo, digital lending, enhancing the local trade, and breakout for the Uganda Insurance Association, which is currently ongoing. But for me, on behalf of the board and on behalf of everybody here, I want to close the session. Unless there are any other questions, I'll hand back to the MC, and thank you for coming. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
In one way or the other, one can also argue that the fact that the insurance discussion is still going on is a success point for Fitspa, because it means that you have brought the right people to have a discussion of common interest. Because while I was there, some of the discussions that told me you have to go and close. One person was saying, insurers don't pay. And then the insurers were saying, but even you are misusing. Every time you have a card, you feel a headache, you go to the hospital. When you don't have a card, do you go to hospital? I said to myself, let's go and drink tea and close for us and then the rest of us. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request we give ourselves a big round of applause for staying and doing this? Very, very grateful to all of you. I am going to request that tomorrow, let us find a way to be here by 8. Look at your neighbor and tell them, don't be the reason we don't start at 8. Look at your neighbor and tell them, don't be the reason. Because today, you can't imagine, today, our keynote was here by 7:30. Ladies and gentlemen, our program starts tomorrow at 8. A CEO and Founders Chat with David. And so it's very, very important. We're going to be talking about the future of business in emerging markets. So please be here so that we can be able to start on time and we are able to finish on time. I want to finally say that please return with your wristbands. I'm sure that many of you have received them. Please do not forget them, because once you forget them, be sure that you have fasted. No break tea, no lunch.